because we don't have any noise gates or anything on it. Hi, Wilson. Thank you very much. I thought this was a very fitting shirt for today. Okay, Kimmers was first today. Thank you very much. She almost missed the stream. Kimmers, were you playing games? What's happening? Oak, thank you very much. 29 months already. I don't know where they go. Honestly, the time just goes really fast, right? Time flies when you're having fun. Welcome in, yet it is. Happy weekend, my people. I hope you all had a nice sleep in. Maybe got some good breakfast. Hi, Greek. Annie, are you making your sauce today? Are you gonna try too? And hi, Paloozer. Good to see you early. Same with Wilson. You're not late today. That is very true, yeah. It's definitely Joyce Rainbow-esque, the way it's illustrated. I miss her. I'm so happy that we still have all of her emotes to use all the time, though. Hello, Culinary Dropout. Hey there, are we doing meat and taters again? We actually are. A legendary menu for the weekend, hey? You almost missed everything. You're busy celebrating. I knew it. That's what Samo said. He's like, Pel's for sure toasted already. Toast. Annie, you gotta source the black fermented soybean paste. I wonder if you could just find it on Amazon. I know we don't love to support Amazon too much, but for those one-off ingredients, it's usually so helpful. Or probably like an Asian food market. I don't know if you have H Mart near you, but I know that's more of an American brand Asian market. Fun though. I hope it goes good, your adventure. You weren't expecting to wake and bake, but an old friend gave you button trim. That's a good friend to have, hey? I like it, guys. Yeah, if anyone is celebrating today, just be responsible, be safe, and have fun. And have good foods with it. Okay, so here's our menu today. That's definitely Munchies-esque. This is totally why I planned it. And I've been having this hankering for eating queso. So instead of going out to eat queso, because it's like $19 for a plate of queso now from a restaurant, I thought we would just make it ourselves today. I got some fresh jalapenos. I was so excited. My jalapenos and the cilantro were actually grown in Mexico. And like, honestly, those two ingredients should be coming from Mexico in my mind. That's where they are eaten the most frequently, right? So they should taste very good too if they were grown there. Hello, Blondie. How are you doing? So to go with our nachos, also, I made a little twist on it because I've been feeling potato-y. We're gonna do waffle fry nachos today. And I'm so excited to try this. I've never made this before, but I'll show you guys what waffle fries are. And to me, this is very much similar to like the shape of a chip and how you could just pick up a piece of waffle fry and eat it that way. What the heck's going on in here already? So they're either called waffle fries or I just got the Walmart brand because they were like way cheaper. Waffle fries or lattice cut fries. And then one note is they are usually always seasoned. So you don't have to season them too much after they've been cooked. I was thinking we would do like a little blanch first in some yummy like tallow that I was cooking this morning and rendering on the stovetop. Because that's gonna make them taste really good. And then we'll just finish crisping them up in the oven. That will be the easiest. I don't love deep frying inside at home, so the less I can do that, the better.
Loser, what's the best fry then?
Not the best fries, but still good. I'm saying like the best fries for this purpose.
Yeah.
Myself, I would choose a curly fry if I had choice. I'm definitely a curly fry person. What is yours, Sam?
Mine's waffle fries.
Culinary dropout. I'm very high on Quantum Kush. You're going to the quantum field today? Careful out there.
Best for dipping sauce.
What was?
I love waffle fries.
Sam says waffle fries are the best for dipping in sauces, and you're right, which is gonna be perfect for dipping in the queso today. Madame, how are you doing? Welcome in. We're having a fry debate here. I don't know. Palooza hasn't said what his best fry is. Samo wants to know. Okay, so our easy pulled pork got lots of good recipes linked for all of the things that we're gonna make today too. I'm gonna make the pulled pork in the pressure cooker because that's gonna make it the quickest. And we're gonna do a mix. I just pulled this out a little before I started the stream so it can kind of temp up. I have some really good looking like pork shoulder pieces to turn into pulled pork, and then just to bulk it up a bit more and make it a bit more like unctuous and help it not dry out, we'll put some pieces of this pork belly in. I think we'll only do 2 pieces and then we'll save another piece of the pork belly just to like roast this week. You like curly fries too? Yes, curly fries are the best. Because not that many places like serve those more fancy sort of fries, right? So I would always get curly fries if I went to Arby's. That was like a special treat for me. And I'm trying to think of any places here that do waffle fries with the burgers or something like that. Is there one fried chicken spot that does? Not too much though. Did I dip them in cheese? The curly fries from Arby's? I probably swiped it in the cheese from the beef and cheddar. Hey, Chris! Carl's Jr. Yeah, they do waffle fries. It's true. Good one, dude. I hope you're okay. Hello to Bear Fan as well. We are chatting it up this morning. I like it. Madame, you're off work still. Will be until September. Things are yucky, but okay. Well, as long as things are okay and like you kind of keep yourself busy and motivated. Yeah, can you please straighten these fries for me? They're a bit too curly. Chick-fil-A does too. I've never been there. You ever had fries tossed in a paper bag with oil, fresh garlic, and parsley? Yes. I don't know about the paper bag part, but all of those things and then a little Parmesan cheese too. Insane. Hello, Chef Samurai Rick. You gotta get a side of the cheddar sauce at Arby's. I like that. I've also not eaten at Arby's in a long, long time. Okay, what else with our thing? So we went over the fries. We went over the pulled pork. I said I linked a really good recipe for it today. Getting into the queso, this one seems pretty easy, just a one pot sort of thing on the stovetop. We're gonna make some fresh tomato salsa with just tomato, onion, cilantro, and lime juice. I thought with all this extra cilantro, we could like chop it up and mix it into the sour cream instead of just having it plain. And then for something sweet, because on Saturdays we often do some sort of baking, we're gonna try this recipe for sourdough oatmeal Scotchie cookies. So just think like a base cookie recipe if you were thinking chocolate chip, no chocolate chips, and just put in some butterscotch chips and oats. I think that's gonna be really good. We're gonna use up some more starter in that today. They made you serve moldy buns? The heck? I'm glad you left. You know better than that. Annie, you haven't eaten fast food in years. We don't go out too much. Like, I will say I felt so good after eating that burger yesterday. And like nothing made you feel weird. You know, sometimes when you eat fast food, it makes your stomach feel weird. No, I felt so dang good. We really gotta just cook more for ourselves. Palooza! I'm not saying that out loud. Aren't we all doing a little baking today? Yes, that is accurate. Okay, let me make a little prep list and then away we go.
we go to somewhere in the States, we checked the ketchup. It's fucking bubbly.
Yes. Yeah, this one, like, it was a small, like, seaside town in California, right? As we were driving out into the coast.
Yeah.
And we went there for breakfast because there was a lot of good reviews. And, like, the ketchup bottle on the table was, like, bubbling in the bottle. And, like, sure enough, you go to use it and it is, like, for sure long gone. So we're like, I think we need some new ketchup. You're gonna buy a quarter cow from the Hutterites for $800? That is such a good price. Where are you gonna put it all? In a deep freeze? Nice, Okok. You made burritos al pastor yesterday with rice, bell peppers, black beans, and aged Gouda. Do you still have some of the al pastor meat left over? So I think we'll start with the pulled pork today and get it into the pressure cooker because that's a little bit of a process, but still quicker than just roasting the pork in the oven. I think the total time on the pulled pork recipe is around 1 hour. Pretty nuts that we can do that. And that's also why I put in a little bit more fatty pieces of meat when we're cooking it quicker, just so it will stay more moist as it's doing that. Nice. Yeah, I always love to make the extra meat because you can make so many different things after with it. Okay, so our pork, we will like season it up and I think cut it up a little bit first. Just into a bit smaller pieces to fit into the pressure cooker. Hi 7-star, happy 420 to you. I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, or you can just gorge and overindulge and then all of it's gone. No, no, no. In this economy, we could never. Okay, so we're seasoning, cutting the pork up. Then we're going to sear it in the pan with a little fat to get some caramelization on the outside. That's how you're gonna build up the yummy flavor, especially since we're cooking it in this quick amount of time, right? You want to take that time to sear it because you're not going to have it be spending a lot of time in the oven and like slowly kind of basting itself. After it is seared, we're just gonna pour in a little bit of broth, or you could do like some apple cider vinegar and apple juice if you wanted it that flavored. And then we'll pressurize it and cook it for, I think the recipe said like 35 minutes or so on high heat. Just gotta open all these up for myself. And the recipe is geared for more of an instant pot, so if you have that at home, it'll be even easier for you. I just have an old school pressure cooker, but don't worry, I know how to use it without all the fancy screens and dials and stuff. Thanks. Thank you, 7-star. You have waffle fries? Yeah, we were having a bit of a debate of the superior fry, but I think for like subbing a fry in a nacho dish, this is the one. The other one that you could do is like the kind of kettle cooked potato chips where they're thicker, but I wasn't feeling that today. I wanted like the crispy and then mashed potato middle. Okay, going along on our list here, I think after we get the pulled pork in, why don't we work on the queso and get that done, because I think it's okay if it just sits on the stovetop warm. Get it done early, and it'll probably taste better too if you let it sit. Same with the next one that we'll do after that is make the salsa, so it also has a little bit of time to marinate. We can, after that, make our cilantro sour cream, or some places will try and be fancy and call it a cilantro crema. Nice. Regular fries, you like shoestring? A lot of people like shoestring for regular fries. That was probably McDonald's. Madame, you made lemon meringue cheesecake? Holy! That sounds like a task. Took 2 days, you messed up the meringue, but it still tasted good. I've had my meringue go weird sometimes too. But it is still tasty, right? When it goes weird. That is very true, yeah. Like, can anyone say no to fries? Especially free fries. You're never gonna turn that down. I've never met anyone that doesn't like fries. That's so true. You what? Sam says he turns down free fries. But somehow I never seen him turn faster at Costco when there was a sample the other day. Possibly cut a lady off, but it's okay.
Hey.
Free fries, not a thing. Yeah, when the crinkle cut, you need like seasoning salt or something on it, but crinkle cut reminds me of high school. I don't know why. Okay, let's keep going. Focus, everyone. We got our pork, our queso, our salsa, our cilantro crema. That's most of the stuff that we have to really prep. And then our waffle fries. Let's say blanch first. We'll do that on the stovetop. It's going to be scary with hot oil. And then we will finish baking them in the oven. Because after that, they're going to be already on the sheet pan, and then we can build the nachos on top of that. And because we have queso, yes, we are still going to put cheese on the actual nacho dish itself. The queso is meant to either be spooned on after or dipped. Up to you. So let's not forget to shred some cheese. I might give that to a Samo for a job to do in the background. You used to always get steak fries when you went out to eat. I think the most popular fry, and I don't know if this is just a Canadian thing, especially like East Coast, is whenever we would have fries at work, they'd always just call it wedges. Like, it didn't matter what kind of potato we made that was like either roasted or deep fried. I'll get the wedges, please. Like, bruh, that's not even a wedge. But that to them is just what a fry is. And that was kind of funny to me. Okay. Thanks for posting the menu, Scooter. I was just going to try to scroll up to see if I missed anything else. The last thing is our cookies. Which I think actually once we get the pulled pork cooking in the pot, we might as well make the cookies. So you guys know I always like to do my baking early just in case it doesn't work. We have time to fix it or time to make another batch, right? Hi, Michael. How are you doing today? It is an East Coast thing. That's what I thought. I'll get the wedges. It's just cute. When you lived in Germany, you used to get Palm Rot Weiss with ketchup and mayo. Is that potatoes with something? I don't know those other words. Yes, right? Those are the wedges that they're always thinking that they're getting. And that's like a McCain brand, I think, of the seasoned wedges that taste very similar to what the waffle fries are going to taste like today. Same with like the cubed little hash brown potatoes that you get for breakfast time. They all kind of have that same coating, which is yummy. You went for fish and chips last night and they had Newfie fries on the menu? What did that mean? Newfie fries. Deadly dude. Stairmastering while we make the most unhealthy food of life. You're welcome. Yeah, get them steps in for us, okay? No, I'm just kidding. We're going for a walk after stream today. It's gonna be good. All right.
Yeah, it'll be good. Everybody.
It'll be good, everyone. We saw kitties yesterday. It was great.
We're gonna go.
We saw cute kitties.
Yeah.
Just gonna get a cutting board and a knife. We'll cube this up and maybe a bowl to toss it with the rub. Oh, and guys, the garage door is fixed. We were able to leave the apartment building today. We weren't just trapped inside forever. We were allowed. Yesterday, not allowed. That was a nice feeling. You didn't know it was broken? Yeah, we went to go grocery shopping yesterday morning around 7:30. Try to leave out of the parkade. Nope, the door just won't even open. And like the thing is not out of batteries. It was working no problem. So you just reverse back into your parking stall. Had to order some things from Uber Eats grocery instead. Because what are you gonna do? I don't know how people made it to work and stuff. That gotta be nuts. Yeah, I don't know what Newfie fries are. It's like poutine, but better. Usually has stuffing and other fixins from a turkey meal. As well as gravy and curds. That sounds dang good, though. Okay, let's work with one of these at a time. I can't wait to visit the East Coast. We actually keep, like, talking about probably moving that far away. There's just like something that intrigues us. Maybe it's just the people themselves. This pork is so dark that it looks like beef, and we said that last time we used it. Get a little bit more light in our lives. East Coast is comfort food central. That'd be so good. Okay. We're gonna do pretty big chunks still of the pork, but think about like the more surface area you have to sear, the more flavor we're gonna be able to build up in that short amount of time. Because if we were just roasting this in the oven straight, I wouldn't be cutting it up like this. It would be better to leave whole. Yeah, this is some happy pork, right? When it's this dark. It was fed some good stuff. Annie, you're saying I gotta go visit you when we go to the East Coast? Even the pork belly chunks look really good too. Like this one is so meaty, my god. There was a weird hair. No hairs allowed, that's gross. Layers of flavor. I've never snuck pork belly into pulled pork, but I thought it wouldn't be a bad thing. Especially with how meaty this one piece is. And now we're gonna have a good amount, because a lot of this fat is gonna render out anyways. So we're not gonna have as much as we start with. That's one thing to keep in mind. Okay, I'm just doing a little rinse-a-roo. Little rinse-a-roo and a wash-up. And then I'll go grab the rub and we'll get it coated. We're really hoping actually to, well, if I get a job, be able to like take a road trip across Canada this summer and go all the way to the East Coast. So we'll see if that happens. Summer's coming pretty quick though. I think that would be so amazing because I've only gone as far as Saskatchewan and I've been in Ontario. That's it. In Canada, it would be so exciting. Like, we love doing road trips. Okay, I'm also gonna get a container to put this extra piece in. And the funner part of road trips too is like often you can stream depending on where you are. So we help you guys experience it at the same time too. I used to drive through Canada to go back to New York. Was that just a bit of a quicker and easier route to take? Or was it more scenic or something? Just faster? Cool. Yeah, depending on what border you cross at, sometimes you just drive right through and there's no one waiting. And the speed limit was higher here. That's surprising, because a lot of places that we've drove in the States, the speed limit's way faster than what we have here. Oh, yeah. We're like, you get to go this fast? Yeah, our poor little car. Okay, I'm just getting a pork rub that we make ourselves. Salt, pepper, ground garlic, paprika, and coriander is my little special flavor, the coriander. It is so delicious with pork though. So let's shake that on. Yeah, it's got good garlicky smells. The paprika, I put a little bit of paprika, I don't put a lot. And that's just gonna help with the coloring. It'll almost make it look smoked. Put a pink ring on the outside of the meat. So anytime you use paprika, just keep that in mind. A lot of barbecue places will like try to cheat by using paprika and then not smoking it as long. So you think that you see the color. Smoked paprika is really yummy. Just toss these around. Probably do one more shake. It's absorbing it really nice. And I also never put any sugar in our rubs, which helps things caramelize and brown too. But I also find like the more sugar you put in this stuff, it's gonna just burn faster. So usually with pork, you use a barbecue sauce or something that's sweet. So I'd rather just do it that way than starting out with something sweet. This smells so good already. Okay, I think that's a great start. I don't want it to turn out too salty. We can always add a little bit more of this rub after it's cooked. That's allowed. Samuel, you do to Halifax and then come back through the States. Yeah, do like a loop, right? So that you see different stuff the whole time. Yeah. Yes. Annie, I have heard of dark muscovado sugar. I love that word too. It's really good. It's like a dark, really coarse grain, I guess? What do you want to call it? Just a coarse sugar. But it's, the flavor of it is so good. If you can't find it, I think the flavor of just a little bit of molasses, if you can have that, would kind of give you the same thing. Okay, we're gonna go over to the stovetop now. And let me actually just look at this pork recipe really quick. Okay, we rubbed the pork rub on there. They say to let it sit for 30 minutes or up to overnight even would be really good. But in the time that we get the pressure cooker out and hot, it will have sat long enough. I'm not too worried about that. They also say optional to like saute some garlic and onion first before the pork, but I don't think we have to do that either. I'm gonna keep it really simple. And then they make like a little bit of a barbecue sauce with some maple syrup, honey, apple cider vinegar, mustard, and ketchup. So we can put that kind of stuff in there too. Hi, Mr. Jingles, how are you? Yeah, the Muscovado sugar is definitely less refined than just the plain old white sugar. Let me dig my pressure cooker out. I keep it like right in the back of this cabinet because I don't use it that often. So that's that. It's not even a huge one either. I really like this size. It's not too scary to use at home. So you just do this. The lid comes off. Ugh. The last thing we cooked in here was beans, and it like keeps the pattern of it. I don't know why. I've scrubbed it, I've put it through the dishwasher, and sometimes that just happens. So let's get this on medium-high heat. And then back here is actually all that fat that I was rendering this morning. Look at how good that looks. Like the ultimate fat. So I'm just gonna ladle a little bit of that into the pot. If you're wondering what kind of fats there are, I'm pretty sure there's like 4 different animals. Beef, pork, chicken, and like when it was rendering, I thought I could smell some duck fat too, which is definitely possible. We shouldn't need too much fat in there because pork is pretty fatty on its own. Your pancreas just cramped. That's what we're gonna use to fry, or blanch, sorry, the taters in. Instead of using a canola oil or something like that. A seed oil, if you will. Grandma's pressure cooker sat on the back burner. She used it so often. So good. I love that. Yeah, probably Barkeeper's Friend. I do have some of it. A little scrub-a-dub-dub. Let me grab... Actually, maybe my tongs are here. Cleaned in the dishwasher. Just for flipping this stuff. While we're waiting, let's get out some barbecue sauce to use. There's a little bit in there. And we'll do some maple syrup and apple cider vinegar and stuff as well. And let's grab our stock. You always want a little bit of like actual liquid, whether it's stock or even just water, as a barrier when you do start cooking in the pressure cooker and have it all pressurized. You don't want it just dry because you could risk burning whatever you have in there. Okay, let's see how this is going. I'll start with the pork belly pieces, fat side down. Start to render out the fat. This sizzle is so calm compared to yesterday's burger cooking. When we were searing the burgers yesterday on stream, I could like barely even hear myself talking. It was really funny. So when we're searing meat, we don't want to overcrowd the pan either. See how nothing is really touching? And that'll be good. That way it doesn't steam. We get nice caramelization. That piece wants to fall over. Couple minutes per side until it's nice and browned. Can we come even closer? Yeah, we can. Hello. Thanks, Annie. Yeah, my apron. Seriously. Thank you for that. Your mom always tells you how your great grandma lived on a farm, cooked and baked absolutely everything with lard. Apparently it's some of the best food your mom's ever had. Yep. Sam and we were laughing the other day because we're kind of like going backwards from where technology has taken us in the kitchen. It's like we are doing those things that our ancestors did like 100 years ago. It's kind of funny that we're having to do that again now because of like how the economy is and stuff. That's looking good. And like, I'm not mad about it. It's really satisfying. But I don't think that in our mind we were expecting to do this, right? And yeah, them always saying like how unhealthy all the animal fats are. Nope. That's way better for you than anything oil-wise you can get in the store, unless it's like a single origin olive oil. Hi, Finko. Yeah, lard is so delicious. So lately I've just been trying to save all of the fats from any meats that I cook with. Especially when I make like a stock, you get a lot from that. Scoop it off the top. Hi, Journey of Self-Discovery. How are you? Yes, right? Like my favorite pie crust has more lard in it than actual butter. And that makes it so good. This is searing quick with the rub. Really, really good. Okay, I'm just gonna go grab the apple cider vinegar really quick while that's going. Anything else that they say? Yeah, the flakiest when you use lard. Might just put a little bit of molasses in here too. And then they said this is optional. I think the roommate might have some, is liquid smoke. I'm pretty sure I saw some when we first moved in. If you want it to taste like kind of smoky, like a barbecue style pulled pork, that one's up to you. I mean, that's how I was raised on ribs until we learned what true Southern barbecue was. Look at how good this looks. There'll be one more round in there of searing. Nice, Journey. I'm doing good too. It's a really nice day out. There's like no wind. Feeling great. Do I scoop it hot? Well, as the broth is cooking, you'll have to skim a little bit of the fat off of the top so it doesn't like explode, because the stock underneath is always gonna have to let the steam out as you're cooking. So if there's too thick of a fat layer that's keeping it from doing that, it will seriously make a volcano. So always, yeah, skim the fat off as you're cooking it. And then there's always a little bit after you've like strained it and poured it into your containers. I like to let it cool and then scoop it off. It's just easier because you just scoop off the whole chunk of fat off of the top. Do we still have the green eggs? We do. They're sitting on the balcony. Where we live now, the apartment, like we're not really supposed to use that style of barbecue. So the potential of like getting in trouble using it is quite high. So yes, they still exist. I think maybe next time Sam's home we'll be able to use it. We'll be brave. Okay, now you can start to swap out some of these. Samuel says he's brave. He'll do it right now, guys. This is insane looking. So good. Nice, Annie. You mowed the lawn on Tuesday. Now your future, well, current self on Saturday is thanking your past self for doing that. Remember when we used to do shots of maple syrup? Oh, I remember. Little rum maple syrup shot. Now you got him started.
Yeah.
Now he's started.
Are we doing tequila today?
I don't know. I wasn't planning on doing tequila today. Did you hear him? It was like all the way around the corner and he's just going. Okay, these other pieces are good too. We are starting to build up a fond. It's not burning though. It is getting nice and dark, we can say. Just from the bit of spices in the rub, especially the garlic, right? Okay, all of the first pieces are seared. This is gonna be insane. So I brought over vinegar. We got our stock, a bit of barbecue sauce that I think I'll just pour some water in there and give it a shake so we get it all out. And then I got some maple syrup here. This is actually from Sam's parents. Whoa, camera. Why are you flashing? Can we be good? Wait, what did I say? What was the term I said? Oh, the fond. You've never heard that? That's like the brown bits that get built up. And honestly, there's been times where I've built up a really dark fond. It never tastes bad. I don't know, it just creates these layers of caramelization.
Don't burn the fond.
Don't burn the fond. Same as you never burn the garlic. It's true. Okay, so once this is going, we're gonna make our cookies next. I'm gonna go grab the oats and the butterscotch pieces for it. It's smelling really good in here.
There it is.
Turn the corner. Holy. I turned the pan down a bit, guys, just because we were getting a little dark underneath there. But so far, so good. Give this another flip. We're building up the layers of flavor. I'm gonna bring all this stuff over here. We'll just pour it right into the pot. My stock is quite gelatinous, so I think I'll just use a spoon to scoop some of that out. It flashed again, I just saw it. What the heck? I don't want to have to plug it in, because it makes the view different. Excuse me. Camera, can we behave today? Asking for myself and my stream. Hi, Mish. Thank you for the 1 biddy. Messing things right up. I appreciate it. Annie does too, I know it. Mish, are you alive though? I had questions. That was 3 minutes in between the flashes. Annie, one of your friends went to culinary school in Vancouver. She's going to a 4-day cordon bleu workshop on bread baking in Paris. Cool. I actually think when I was in Vancouver, I looked up that school because when I was a pastry chef there, I wanted to think about taking my baking course as well, right? And I remember one of the schools, because it was like a private culinary school, one of them offered like a trip to Europe to finish the course. That made me happy. Okay, I'm gonna start by deglazing with our stock. That was about a cup worth. We'll do a little bit more. Good sizzles. Now we can kind of scrape the bottom. Look at how nice and dark that got. Scrape the stuck bits off. Awesome. Just take a little bit more of this out while we're building our sort of barbecue sauce. Now I'm going to do a little bit of apple cider vinegar. Something like that. I don't like a super sweet barbecue sauce either. If I put a good amount of vinegar, we'll put this. Or you could just do ketchup too, they said. But they said to not mix the ketchup in. Only pour it on top of all of the meat. And that's probably so it doesn't burn, right? Or so it has less chance to burn. A little bit of maple syrup for some sweetness to counter the vinegar. Give that a stir, and then we can give this a taste. We're not gonna die from the little bit of like seared / raw pork. If I die, I guess. Then you know what happened. But I'm pretty sure it's not. Oh, that's gonna be good. What was a sin? What is happening? Did Mish break her toe? That tastes delicious, guys. So we can, like, after the pork is cooked, you take the pork out of this and you can start to reduce it. Layer all of our pieces in now. You can pack it pretty tight. And then there will just be a couple pieces sitting on top, and don't worry about that, it's okay. Swipe all of that from the bowl. And now I like to bring this up to a simmer before we cover it. So crank the heat a bit. And that looks like a good amount of liquid as well. It's not gonna cook down too much. Oh, putting ketchup on top. So my camera is seriously flashing every 3 minutes. Okay. I guess I will plug it in after this then. We'll put it for a timeout. Well, it's a little bit bothering to me though. That's annoying. So I had some pieces of pork shoulder, Annie, and then some pieces of pork belly as well. Yes, your pho with brisket. What? It was mid? It made you want to make your own? Samo, remember when we made the pho at home? Insane. Mish, you're hungover and you have a broken toe? What are we gonna do about this? Hi, White Dove. How are you doing? Happy Saturday to you. Okay, we're simmering, friends. This is it. So now, put the lid on. I always like forget where it's supposed to sit. Make sure it clicks. Clicked. Now we're gonna set it to high pressure, which is like a turkey or chicken symbol. Meat, if you will. And then we're gonna wait for it to start whistling. And that's really it. The hard part of all of the pork is complete. And that is why I love my pressure cooker every now and then. Because we've also taken the time to smoke a pork shoulder and make like proper pulled pork. And that's taken close to like 8 to 12 hours before on stream. So we know the long way, and now we know the easy way. And just know, what can we say? Anything good is not gonna be quick. Anything quick, not gonna be as good. It's still gonna be tasty, but we know it could be better when we don't rush it. Hello, Reflex, welcome in. Same with FCB. How was your week, FCB? Can we put feta on the foot? Okay, I'm gonna start to route this cord so that we can plug the camera in. I don't know why it does that randomly sometimes. Most days it just works great. Sometimes it wants to be a bug. We're whistling almost already over here. Okay, so it's coming through here first, and then that's gonna seal up and create pressure. There's like a piece of silicone here that just pops up. And then the steam will start to come through this other hole after that. It's been an easy work week. We'll take it, for sure.
That's a W.
Yeah. Okay, pork, season, cut, sear. They say cook for 35 minutes, I think. And then do we turn the pressure to low? Thanks, FCV. Rolling right along. 42 months in a row being part of the kitchen crew. 3.5 is better than 3, but not as good as 4. Exactly. Exactly. Hi, Amp. You're at your aunt's house, who is a bad cook. She made an applesauce jello dessert where she poured in a full ounce of cinnamon, so all you could taste is the cinnamon. You ever done the cinnamon challenge? Well, you did now. Okay, cook at high pressure for 35 minutes, and then they say natural release for 15. Mine doesn't usually take 15 minutes to release, so maybe we'll do 15 minutes on the lower pressure, and we'll be good. Imagine when we get there, 10-year resubs. I'll be weathered by then. Imagine how many dishes we would have made of 10 years of streaming every weekend. That's pretty crazy. Okay, looking at the cookie recipe. So I linked a different recipe for you guys for the oatmeal scotchies compared to what I'm gonna use, because I'm still gonna use that sourdough cookie recipe as a base and just mix in the butterscotch pieces and the oats. I know, I miss barbecuing. We're pretty good at it too. Thanks, Mish. Gifting a subby to Crafty Auntie M. Welcome to the kitchen crew, Crafty Auntie. Okay, see how now this is basically sealed and the steam is mostly coming out of that area. And then once it is really like whistling out of there, then we can turn the heat down to like a low heat. I wouldn't even say medium. Definitely closer to low. And that was like a big thing that I asked questions about while I was learning how to use a pressure cooker. Is like, how should it be sounding when you're cooking with it? Does it need to be like crazy, like how this is gonna start going? Which that's not true. You just need a steady, slow stream of steam to come out. Get our timer ready. We're gonna do 45 minutes on the high pressure, and then we'll just pressure release after that, rather than going high and then low. Might have turned it down a little bit too much. You'll find the happy medium. I got like too excited. Okay, getting my mixer over here for our cookies. I did not start the timer yet either, because I'm not happy yet with the pressure. You only start the timer once you're happy with how this is cooking. Maybe it is closer to medium for this amount. The meat might take a bit more heat compared to something like beans. I don't pressure cook too much meat usually. Thank you for the 498 bitlies. You set us off onto a hype train. Mish, thanks for the level 1. We're gonna come over here and do a choo-choo. Nice try, Annie. Okay, that should be good. Let's switch back over here. First, I'm just gonna get this camera plugged in on this side, because it's annoying me a bit. Misha's getting got. That was just me plugging it in. Don't worry, guys. Don't fret. I don't know that song, do I? The timer one. A Tobo. You're baking a pound of pork tenderloin for 25 minutes at 400 Fahrenheit. How long should you rest it, and can you do it in the turned off oven? Well, the turned off oven's still gonna be pretty hot, right? So if you wanted to rest it in the oven, cook it for less time. Otherwise, you might only be like a 20-minute-er. By the time it's cooked, I wouldn't push it to 25 minutes. And then rest it for at least 15 before you slice it. That would be the bestest. Thank you, Mish, for the 2 bitlies. Okay, we need our butter, sugar, egg, starter, vanilla. I've made this recipe so many times now that I basically know it by hand. Was that a good answer, Amp? Let's come out a little bit while we're scaling still. Okay, and I'm happy with the pressurizing of our pork pot. So now, 45 minutes on the clock. Get the cold things out of the fridge first. The egg and the butter and the starter. Is that enough? I might have to pour a little bit from my actual starter container. You'll turn off the oven in 2 minutes then? How long has it already been in there? Look at this. It always looks so weird when you put the starter in the fridge. Doesn't that look insane? Looks like a science experiment. Nice. It's already been in for 18, so you're almost there. If you have a thermometer, that's always the best for meat, right? So this was when I was still like really trying to grow my starter and feeding it every day. with like more all-purpose flour, and now that she's nice and aged, I use a lot of whole wheat flour instead. Just gonna stir this up a bit. We also put a scoop of this just straight from the fridge. We did about half a cup in our potato buns yesterday. I didn't even follow a sourdough recipe. I just scooped it in. I'm just putting a little bit more of this because we need a full cup. Yeah, you need a thermometer, especially if you cook meat at home a lot. It'll just like help you have such a better product. It's kind of crazy how much it helps. Okay, so now you can just stir that all up. Annie? Perfect. Grabbing a container, and I'll be back. And a couple of ingredients. Oh god, I was dancing and the baking soda went flying. Did you guys see it? It like flew out of the box. Good thing you clean with baking soda, right? The chicken wing song made me too excited. Okay, Annie, thank you for the 5 gifted subbies to our channel. Welcome in everyone. Baron Von Mitch, Sunburnt Galaxy, Cheeseology, Whizzle Wuzzle, and Athena Cat. It's true, right, Wilson? Thermometer, game changer when cooking meat at home. Okay, I will typically crack my egg into the same container I use for butter. So let's get the butter in there first so that we can get it creaming with the sugars for the cookies. And I know I need 200 grams of butter for this recipe. I think it calls for something weird like 14 tablespoons. But I just asked Google how many grams was in 14 tablespoons of butter and got my proper answer that way. Yeah, there's definitely baking soda over there. Oops. Oopsies. Imagine, well, I don't have to imagine a time when we didn't have Google because I was actually alive. You'd be having to go to the library. And then there was sometimes unfortunate times you go to the library and the book that you're trying to go get, someone else already has it. And then you gotta wait for them to bring it back, however long they get it for. So imagine if that was society still. It would take a lot longer for everyone to do everything, right? And learning.
Imagine going to a store and renting a movie.
Yeah, like Sam said, imagine if you wanted entertainment on the weekend, going to the movie store still and trying to go rent a movie that maybe someone already got there before you. That is really crazy sometimes to think about. Ha 64 kilobytes of memory. Whoo, baby.
Shit!
Yes, White Dove. I can remember a time there wasn't an internet. Man. Things were pretty simple, hey? Let's just get that butter softened, not melted. And I'll go grab the sugar as well as the mixing bowl. I am out of brown sugar and I'm like refusing to buy more. So I've just been mixing white sugar with a bit of molasses instead. And honestly, I did it for the white chocolate macadamia cookies that I made. And they almost tasted better than just using brown sugar. It's like, excuse me?
I did not notice.
Sam didn't notice, see? Yes, yeah, the sound of a dial-up modem. We will never forget that. Never. A little bit more for the butter. Did I get my creme delish yet? No. Whoa. I almost went too far on the butter. Hi, we're starting with some melted butter today. Oh, Lord, Kate. Slacker? Honestly, yeah, sometimes I am. It's true. I can't even deny that one right now. Okay, I still need to grab the sugar. I grabbed the flour instead. So it's usually half a cup of just white sugar and then half a cup of brown sugar. That pork is starting to smell good already, guys. It is. I don't know. Let me just check. I don't know if we need the scale anymore, actually. Goodbye, scale. Oh, you're not calling me a slacker? You're calling the person that didn't send it? That's okay. Sometimes I am a slacker too. I'll always be honest, you know that. I'm totally a slacker, yep. I just agree. I love it. Okay. So to make our brown sugar, usually do like a little bit more than 2/3 of a cup of white sugar, and then you just top it with molasses, and that's all I do. Ta-da! Brown sugar. The fancy molasses. Can you guys still hear the pork cooking now that we don't have any of the audio stuff on? It sounds so loud to me. Hello, molasses, can you stop going stringy? Thank you. I don't like when it gets really sticky around the top, so I try and keep it nice and clean. Just grabbing, actually I might have a spatula here. Waiting. Just grabbing a spatula that I have right here. Pour that in, and then I'll pour the butter, and then we can get this creaming together. This cookie recipe is life-changing. I don't even know what else to say at this point. Scrape all of this. Something about this starter, like the natural yeast and stuff, just adds something special. Okay, I really like melted my butter a lot, but I don't want to get new stuff, so I think it'll be okay. It's just quite soft. Sounds good, DeBear. I think you said that last time too. That's why I said, yeah, I'm the slacker. Because I just didn't give him the address yet. let's get this mixing. You're a professional slacker. I mean, we all have to be good at something. Cream it until it goes fluffy. Okay, now into there, we can crack the egg. I really don't know, Amp. Yeah, the whole fancy molasses thing. There's like a couple different kinds of molasses. What is the one that they say to not like bake with? The black strap? Which I don't know why. Why would you make something that you shouldn't use? That one's a bit weird to me. Okay, just putting some things away. I'm gonna do a little scrape on the side here. I didn't realize there was a bunch of butter when it slid in there. Since we are talking cookies, how do you make cookies soft versus hard? That's a great question. I mean, there's a couple different things that you can do to help with that. I mean, obviously the first one we can think of is not baking it, not over baking your cookie, but then you're just baking all the moisture out, right? So under baking by 2 or 3 minutes from what the recipe calls for usually gives you a nice like soft chewy cookie after it's been cooled. Because, I mean, I don't know about you, but I just cool my cookies right on the pan they're baked on, rather than taking them off and putting them on a rack. So it's still kind of baking as it's sitting on the pan after you take it out of the oven. And then the other thing is the sugars you use. So you'll see a lot of cookies have like equal parts white sugar to brown sugar, and that's how you get the crunch and the chew. So the more white sugar you use in a cookie, the harder it's gonna bake. And the more brown sugar you use, the more chewy it's going to stay. That sounds so good. I love molasses ginger cookies. It does kind of look like peanut butter, hey? I'm gonna turn it up more. Get it more fluffy. Need some salt still. It is so true, Annie. I still love this mixer so much. So easy to add ingredients in and scrape it too. Okay, while we're waiting actually, move some of this so you can see. I'm just gonna measure out the additions, so the oats as well as the butterscotch pieces. I'm gonna try like the Score chips today because we had a lot extra of those, but you could also just use butterscotch chips. And then I'm using like a large flake oat, not a quick oat, so I like how chewy it gets. I think I'll do like half and half. It's usually 2 cups of addition in this, whether it's chocolate chips or nuts or something else. Hi Reno, how are you? This is this. Toffee bits even, if you will. It's not even butterscotch. Faded. Oh God. Yeah, there's toffee chips. So buttery. Gonna add some yummy like caramel crunchy flavor. Kate the cook. Hello Tony. How is your Saturday going? Where's my knife? Beautiful. You put these score chips on Christmas crack? Also very good. I like your style. Also, I like Christmas crack too. How were those cream cheese chocolate chips? I think we're good now. See how it got really light colored and more fluffy now? There's still 28 minutes on our pork, by the way. I'm gonna turn that down just a notch. So far, Saturday is good. We went to the store, picked up our jalapeno and cilantro that we needed for today's stream. Got a little fancy drinkaroo while we were at it. We're gonna add the egg now, guys. And these are always the same steps that you use when you're making cookies. For pretty much any cookie dough. You always start with the butter and the sugar, and then you add the egg and vanilla together. And then your dry stuff at the end. And then lastly, you mix in the flavorings if you have any. Yeah, look up Christmas crack. It's so dang good. And now we're gonna mix that together. The first taste is free, get 'em hooked. The chippies were good. They didn't affect the texture of the nugget too much, and it was creamy. Make like red velvet cookies with the cream cheese chocolate chippies. Annie's making brownies for his students. Just like a classic fudgy brownie. You're the best teacher baker I've ever met and known, by the way. Okay, eggs all fluffed in there. Gone. Now we add the starter. I thought this was maybe gonna go down a bit, so that's more than 1 cup. I'll just make sure I don't add the extra there. Isn't this crazy though? I've never just like added a starter to cookie dough like this. And somehow it makes it even better. I didn't even know that was possible. Mix this in. I can like smell the sourness coming off of it too. That's good. You can see how there's still a little bit more we can mix in, but think like the starter has gluten, right? So you don't want to over mix your cookies because that will also make them hard. Wilson, if you're still here. So over mixing your cookie dough, you will get a hard cookie. Now it's 1 teaspoon each of salt and baking soda. Tarina, are you fighting with Mish right now? Because she slapped you with a fish? At least you got a Magikarp. You got a Pokemon out of it. Okay, next the flour. 2 cups of that. Nice. Dodge the slap. She didn't even see it coming. And I think the reason I love this recipe the most so far is like the 10-minute chilling time on the dough before you scoop and bake it. I've never had any cookie recipe in my life work like that. It's always like, okay, and then we're gonna chill the cookie dough overnight. You're like, but I wanna eat it now though. Is that cat food? These are toffee chips. They're for serious. Just gonna scrape a bit of the flour, and also we didn't scrape the edge yet after we did the last mix. Always do that in between the additions. And now we're gonna mix in the dry stuff, but not fully, so it can be a little bit floury because we still have to mix this after. So just on low speed. Also, cookies you can always make from scratch by hand. You don't need a mixer. That's how I grew up making a lot of cookies, is, yeah, you use a wooden spoon, right? Build up your muscles that way when you're young. I still, like, firmly believe that you should know how to do everything without the use of an appliance. That way you just have a little bit more respect for the piece of equipment that is helping you along. Let's take this big beast out of here. Clem? I haven't seen Clem in forever. Welcome. Thank you very much for the 32 months in a row, Clem. Mish, you'd make millions, only fed a footy. There's still 21 minutes on the pork. We are cookie masters. Scrape all this off of the beater, and then we'll get a wooden spoon. Clem, is it only a couple more months and you're done school, or are you pretty much done now? Oh, you answered my question before I even asked it. Less than a month. Woohoo! It's been a long road, but you made it. You made it. Okay, I got a little bit messed up. There was molasses on there. That's so amazing. I'm really proud of you. Like, I can't even imagine how much effort that took to go through that amount of schooling. Yeah, we're still in sync, always. It smells even better. The pork smells over here in the living room. Sam's like almost half asleep in the corner, just the smells wafting over there. Yeah, we now have a resident surgeon in stream, so if anyone needs anything, please, you can book through me. How long was Sammy's food coma yesterday? I'm gonna be honest, I was in bed at 9 p.m. I did not make it far. Sambo, though, did you nap right after stream? I don't think so. We watched some Formula 1 practice and we went for a walk. I think I just went to bed early and that was it. These are gonna be insane. Toffee oat cookie. I really try to scoop the bottom of the mixer. Sometimes there's some butter bits sneaking underneath. And now I'll scrape off the wooden spoon.
Yeah.
We'll leave that much on for our taste tester.
Thank you.
Please come in the kitchen for your taste testing. Oh yeah, the Northern Lights. That wasn't last night, right?
No.
That was like a couple nights ago, Annie. What time did you even wake me up at? I forget. Was it 5 o'clock in the morning?
No, earlier.
It was even earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Dang. Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
He says it's good, guys. So then I'll smooth this out in the mixer or the bowl that you used. And now we put this in the fridge for like 10 minutes. That's it. I don't usually cover it. Yeah, they gotta get the Samo content while he's still here. I know it's important. Take these jalapenos out, because we'll need those soon. What'd you do to him? Hey! I seen it. That doesn't look the same. Thanks, Mish. Got my back. Look at these little toffee bitlies under here. Well, that's almost perfect. Okay, when there's 7 minutes left, we can scoop the cookies. So it makes 2 full sheet pans. And you can use parchment, or I'm going to use my silicone baking mat again. And just grab your scoop, and then that is good to go. So in the meantime, I think we'll do some queso preparations. Heckin' delicious, he says. You got it, dear. This is my scoop. It is, I would say, like a 3 tablespoon cookie scoop. I make them nice and big. The way that they bake, I'll just show you a couple other ones from the other day. They're really nice and like thick. And I find also making them bigger, they stay softer that way too. Rather than a small cookie that bakes really fast, it can dry out quicker. Samo's definitely happy now. The AC72? One of Annie's friends just got the AC72. The Sony? Is that a Sony? Do you know it? Annie, he doesn't know it. That's why he didn't answer. Okay, we're prepped. Ready to go there. I'm just gonna quickly put away our baking ingredients before we start with the queso. That's the proper one? Cool. Was that the fastest cookie making of life? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's better than our vision. Full frame 4K 60p. The tech just like never ends. Okay, we're cleaned. Look at these awesome looking jalapenos. They're huge. That is true, actually. Good question, Annie. Maybe I should give him a message on Discord after stream. Where's Titan? They're huge, right? Like, actually massive. But, like, look at the scale that they say for the hotness of a jalapeno. It's, like, so mild. Save some seeds? We could. Get the arrow garden going. Alright. queso in my life. The best. It says the best jalapeno queso. Right? Yeah, jalapeno definitely varies in the heat. There's been times where I have jalapeno and it doesn't taste like anything more than a green pepper, right? Then there's also been times where, like, you can barely even eat it, it's so spicy.
I also had a poblano that's nothing. And I've had a poblano as hard as a
Yeah,
hamburger.
poblanos are like that too, it's true. She says, this jalapeno queso is silky smooth, better than anything you could order from a restaurant. Serve it with salsa, simple guacamole, plenty of salty tortilla chips for the perfect homemade Mexican appetizer. You discovered pickled jalapenos. Those are actually some of my faves. Great way to preserve jalapenos. Jalapeno cheese grits. That would be really good. I'm scrolling down through the story. Yep, jalapeno cheese cornbread. We've made that one many a times. Both on stream, at work, off stream. Okay, so it says it makes 8 servings of queso.
Yep.
That's like not that much though. It's only like half an onion, a couple jalapenos, some cream cheese and milk, and then some other cheeses grated. Oh yeah, and the chipotle pepper in adobo. I always just like keep either a can in the pantry, and then once I open it, if I don't use it, I'll just freeze them so we can just scoop some of the adobo. And if you've never had chipotle peppers in adobo, it's a smoked jalapeno, which makes it red, and it's just packed, let's say, in this sort of spiced sauce with onion and garlic. It's really, really good, but this could be very spicy compared to what a fresh jalapeno is. I always find that if you add too much of this, it'll just be like insanely hot. So keep that in mind. Mish, you've never had queso. So I grew up with the Tostitos brand of queso. I think that is very popular in North America, where in the like chip aisle or Mexican aisle, a tortilla chip brand makes a jar of queso that you can buy. It's not in the fridge or anything. And then like usually when you have it, you just like heat it up either in the microwave or a pot, and you just dip your chips in it. It's like a spiced cheese sauce. It is so dang good. And yeah, I've had a hankering for a while now, and I didn't feel like spending 20 bucks to go out to eat a dish of queso. So we're gonna make it ourselves. Yeah, not great, not horrible. I probably wouldn't buy it now and enjoy the Tostitos queso, but my gosh, back when I was a teenager, that hit right sometimes. What's up with the menu? Didn't Sam request the vegan quinoa salad with tofu burgers today? Oh my god. This has gotta be Derek. I was trying to figure out who you were watching yesterday. It's gotta be it. That would be someone that we work with. Yeah, blink twice if you're okay. I mean, that's usually what it was, Torino. Or it was parents went on vacation and left you home alone with a certain amount of money to spend over the week, right? It's like, fuck yeah, I'm having queso for dinner. Okay, so we need to heat up some butter. In a pan, we're going to saute our onion, jalapeno, garlic, and cumin. Cook it until like the moisture has come out, and then we add the cream cheese and milk. Cook that until it's smooth. And then we slowly whisk in the other shredded cheeses and the chipotle in adobo. That's how easy that is. The lawyers are on deck working with TV networks, by the way. Nice. Oh my gosh. Cast iron deep dish pepperoni salami pizza, please. I know there's no Cheese Whiz. I was wondering if there was like Velveeta or gonna be something like that, but it's actually real queso. It's not gonna be as orange, just know that. Okay, so let's get our onion garlic minced up, same with the jalapeno, and away we go. We got... Oh wait. Remember when I said there's 7 minutes on the timer left, we can scoop the cookies? There's 7 minutes on the timer left, we can scoop the cookies. But at least we know what we're getting into. After we scoop the cookies, they go in the oven and start the queso. Because we need to bake these and try it.
Yep.
Like, look at that. Samo says, yeah, so before we even scoop the cookies, a 350 Fahrenheit if your oven bakes at a proper temp, but I go like 390 Fahrenheit when I bake the cookies here, just because the dough balls are quite large. And this oven sucks. Large balls. And the other reason why we chill the dough before we scoop it, because oftentimes when I make cookie dough, I'll just scoop it right away. It's kind of firm enough to do that. This dough is quite soft when you first mix it, so that initial 10 minutes of chilling afterwards is just like the perfect consistency now. Scoop it. There I go. Scooping my balls again. Yesterday we had buns, today we're balling. Never know what could happen in this kitchen. Chocolate salty balls. Depending on the balls, the chocolate salty balls could be good. What's this scoop? It's hard to tell. It's like there's not really any like brand or anything on it. It's called Kitchen's Choice. It's made in Korea and the only numbers are like 18-8. That's it. But I know sometimes like these cookie scoops have a number that you can purchase them. Cookies scooped. Usually it makes a perfect 2 trays. So let's see. But I would say like the size of this scoop is a 3 tablespoons worth of dough. If you're wondering just how much dough I'm putting on the tray, that's about how much it is. You were joking? Well, you get the whole answer anyways. Oh, it might be risky, this last little one. Let's see. This is why I kept our spatula from earlier. scrape all this off of the one side. Definitely all of that from in there. Like, look how much cookie dough that was. All of it. You had to go de-sauce your stash? What kind of sauce did you get? Oh, your pizza. That means it was a good pizza then. If it sauced the stash. Also, now everyone knows that Palooza has a mustache. At least a mustache. There might be more, but we don't know. I think that was actually pretty perfect size, what we ended up with. Mish. Hi, Mickey. I was wondering about you. I was like, that guy is gonna be so tired. He doesn't even know what he's getting into with that puppy. You're done for. I'm just mixing this a bit because it wasn't super mixed well. You're shattered. Welcome to being like a parent, pretty much, right? The puppy shattered you. Greek. What is going on here today? Is it nearly work time? You're not working today, are you, Mickey? And like, we wonder why we often don't get new people in the stream. You guys honestly wonder. Okay, so oven's preheating for our cookies. Give it a little bit more time. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I will be back in less than a minute. Stay here, don't go anywhere. The timing couldn't be more perfect. Our pork timer's going off now. I'm so excited. It smells insane. Even the bathroom smells amazing. I was like, what the heck? What? Don't read it, Samo said. I'm not reading it. So now we just turn that off. And then we have to slowly turn this dial to release the pressure before we can open it. Torino's getting a hazmat suit on and a whippersnipper? My God. Did I say even the bathroom? Yeah, because it's like right beside the kitchen, how our apartment layout is. So like sometimes the smells as you're cooking will waft into there. It's like you close yourself in there. It's like, holy shit, it smells good. Yeah, you guys are still killing Samo. It's true. Okay, so now this is coming down a bit with the steam. We'll open it up more. be aggressive. I'm gonna get out the onion and garlic and limes for later. It's queso time. Yeah, it could be that way, Palooza. Depending on your timings going into the bathroom, it's true. I digress. I love that statement. Blame Vune. Vune. Vune would be like timing all of you guys out right now. Wouldn't have even hesitated. This is the biggest jalapeno I've ever seen. What the heck? That is what she said. I am she. Look at how crazy that steam is. I dare you to put your face over it. I don't even know what we're gonna open up to here, but it's always pretty exciting. Because you can't see through the lid, right? Imagine having a pressure cooker where you could see through the lid what's happening. Wild. Okay, next one. Spice up your life. It's really screaming at the end. Don't even want to stand over there. Okay, that is all the way. Sometimes I think it sounds like a plane turning off. A jet engine. So we don't want to see any steam, and then we'll see that just pop down. Now we are safe to open the lid whenever we're comfortable. Oh, look at the caramel that we made. What even is that? Holy shit. Pick up the piece of pork belly. Oh wait, you can't. I would say that's done. The taste is like straight umami in your face. I'm just gonna leave it on that burner, I think, to kind of reduce the sauce that we made as it's cooling. Or should we pull it right now? Usually I like to let it rest a little bit and then pull it afterwards so you keep a lot of the juices in, but holy. So 45 minutes in the pressure cooker. We did both pork shoulder and pork belly. So it was a little bit more fatty and forgiving, but even the pork shoulder is just like falling apart in my tongs. So we could have probably even done the 35 minutes on high pressure in this pot, no problem. That is absolutely wild. I'm gonna take a little piece out though because I want to try it. Same with Sambo needs a little piece. He's coming for a bowl, he says. Some pork scrunchiums. Look at that one. Remember the YouTube videos around 2015 where everything all of a sudden had umami? Everyone was just using the word. They're like, yeah, it's got umami. Look at it. That's yours. Grab a fork. I think it's gonna be good. Yeah, you could chop it up. You could do whatever you want to it. I like to let it rest first, though.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, yeah? You've never had such good pressure cooked pork?
Fuck yeah. I wouldn't even chop it up.
What the heck? That is so good, you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fun fact, Annie's never bought pork belly before. What are you waiting for? I mean, I guess if you bought bacon, though, that's a lie. Insane. That's a great leftover snack. What's up with even more pork? Holy. That's delicious. That was the easiest pulled pork I've ever made in my life. Yes, bacon has other preservatives as well. It is smoked, but it is still made from pork belly. Excuse me, Sam, does it have enough umami for your taste?
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you for answering. I don't even know if we'll need this half of an onion. Might do half of an onion. Like, I'm not a big onion person. And why do they keep like selling sprouted onions to us in the store? Because there's no way that you would know it's sprouting if you just looked at it. But that makes it bitter. Also, that means it's old. That's like from last season, because all the farmers that I watch on YouTube, this is how their onions are coming out of their cellar from last season. I guess it makes sense. 'Tis the season of sprouting onions. We're waiting for the new ones to grow. Okay, just peel this side you're gonna use. There's less people that go, or to go in the field and they just sit longer? Probably. Yeah, shame. Oh yeah, because we cut everything else the same way. So I'm going to use, let's say, like 2/3 of this half of onion. Pack that with the rest away. Get rid of any skin. So now I'm going to follow like the shape of the onion, how it's rounded. And then you just use your index finger to make slices, and you don't go all the way through at the front. You keep it together with about 1/4 inch worth. Just go straight down and through. I'm gonna stop there just because it gets a little bit wonky when you don't have the whole half together. Then return it. Make nice small dice. Whenever you're putting onions into a sauce like this, you don't want to cut them too large. You want it to kind of melt away into the sauce. Grab a little container for that. Same with a container for the jalapeno and the garlic. Sam says he can eat that pork we made 7 times a week, yeah? He's asking if that would be okay. Whoa, some of these pieces down here are really long. If that's the case, just cut through them again. It happens.
I'm letting you know it's okay with me.
There's no Sunday lunch at the pub tomorrow. What's happening? I thought there's always Sunday lunch at the pub. Remember when DeSantis brought out the stupid law What was it? I don't know if I remember. Okay, that's all ready to go. Let's get our garlic next. Oh, because you can't leave Papo. It's true. Ah, there's like a lot of mold on this side of the garlic head. What the hell? Black mold. No. No more. Let's go like that. I'm not crying because of the onion. No way. Okay, smash that so it's easier to peel. Did our oven beep yet? I can't recall if I heard it. It's still heating up for the cookies. I feel like it is. We'll just mince this garlic with a garlic press today because the queso is not getting blended. What you put in the pot is how it's gonna be served. That's why I said don't chop your onion too big. It's making my nose run. Clear the sinuses. Hey, what's everyone else making or eating today? I know what Palooza had. There's pretty much one good way to dice an onion. The way that I cut an onion is how we were taught in culinary school. And to me, that's still the best way. The most efficient. Just grabbing the garlic press. And then it's jalapeno time next. The spices. Press the garlic into this. They are, Annie. Very much so. Press all this stuff back down. Boom. Got these last bits. Has it been like a long feeling one, Annie, your school year? Or you're just like more ready this year than some others? Do you have summer plans? It's felt very long. Were your students like a good group though? Because I felt like your robotics group was like a much better turnout than the previous year though. Nice, you have a family reunion. Rinsing that off a good night because it gets really sticky. Really, Torino? No! Is he gonna have to do some summer courses? Sometimes I even just did some summer courses to like get ahead. If I didn't have a crazy summer planned. Because then you could get like a spare that way or something. Okay, let's pack up this onion first. I'll grab the cutting board while I'm over here for the jalapenos. We don't want to put the spice right on the wood because it will absorb that. Dang, Torino. Well, all you can really do for them is be there. That's really it. That's all we really need as young folks. It's just like a lot of support. If we make our bad decisions, unfortunately, some of us have to learn the hard way. Okay, that was the oven beep that we just heard. Just giving this a wipe so that the onion flavor is not there forever. And so I'm gonna put one of the cookie trays in. I've just been baking these one at a time, so it doesn't cool off the oven too much. And I do 10 minutes to start, and then usually another 3 once I flip the tray around. That's kind of crazy, Annie. Okay, guys, actually, how do I want to do this? We'll just tip and top it first, and then cut it in half. Up to you if you guys want to scoop out the core and seeds from jalapeno. I often do, just because I don't like the texture of pepper seeds. It's weird to me. That's really the only reason that I take it out. Otherwise, I would leave it in for sure. Just gonna grab a spoon because that'll be easier than using our hands. And I usually just hold it, go in with your spoon, and then just gently scoop that out. And that way the seeds don't fly everywhere. The seeds also add bitterness. Yeah, you're right. They do. Especially these ones. I found there's been a lot of seeds in the jalapenos lately. I'm glad we don't pay for them by weight.
Yeah, one of the only vegetables that you can do.
Yeah. Well, we just don't have a huge Mexican culture in Canada. But if we think back to like being in California, I'm pretty sure the place we went with Grandma and Amanda, they had all this stuff just loose that you can buy per pound. But yeah, in Canada, you're not really gonna find the Mexican ingredients loose. We definitely have more of an Asian influence. That was so much seeds, holy. Now I'm gonna scoop that into the garbage. Just put these up in this container for now. And then we'll fine dice these just like the onion, I think. Same kind of size, so do nice thin strips to start. Don't let the like juice splash you in the eye. Because that could burn. These ones are really nice and juicy though. We gotta taste a piece still to see how spicy it is. Yeah, good idea, Trino. I like that because you never really got too much pepper variety. When you did buy it, you saved the seeds so that you could grow it yourself. Like the smallest little kiss of heat on the tip of my tongue. That's pretty much it. Definitely gonna be more of a mildly spiced queso. But we know that we can make it spicier by adding more chipotle and adobo. Ah, stay on here. Don't do that. Misha's poor toe. Your car has another recall? Do you still have the BMW? The heck's happening with those BMWs? You wish you didn't? Oh no. Well, maybe this will be the last time. Okay. Very important that we now rinse everything with hot and soapy water so that we get all of the capsicum oils off of our hands and the knife, because that's what makes things burn and be spicy. If you don't use soap, the oil will stay on your hands, and you could, like, if you touch your eye or something, make it really burn by accident. You ever have chips and dip, but instead of chips, you substitute cream cheese, so you have cream cheese and dip? What? Did you mean instead of dip you have cream cheese? You might get an e-bike. I will say, when we did that on the island, we basically like traded in one of our cars and got 2 e-bikes. That was so much fun, biking to work every day. And it's good for you. Good for the body. Okay, we got our onion, garlic, jalapenos ready to go for the queso. Put that over by the stove. We need some butter to start and milk. We need to measure out some cream cheese still. And then Samo, can you be my cheese shredder man?
Cheese shredder man.
Mish, you love your e-bike. I can't wait to get mine out this season. I'm just gonna go blow my nose because it's being annoying from that onion. 30 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Your work's only like a 10-minute drive, so that's exactly what mine was too. I think it was a 7-minute drive to my work. And then for biking, it took me about 10 minutes longer to bike, I think. I could be wrong though. It's been a couple years. Ever drink a quart of water in less than 10 minutes? I don't know that. How much is a quart? A liter? I would say yeah, that's possible. That's really nice story, Torino. I didn't want to shred the cheese here though. It's okay, we can shred the cheese here. Guys, Sam doesn't want to be the cheese shredder. He just wants to set the robot up for it. It won't take him long, he says. You got it, sir. Time to get the cheese drawer opened. We got Gruyere and marble again, which we just need to save enough Gruyere for tomorrow's croque madame. Get our cream cheeses. The cheeselings. A liter is superior to a quart. That was my assumption. Thanks, Mish. You ever walk barefoot across broken glass? Not on purpose. Can you complain about the lack of feta today? No, because we used all the feta yesterday and you weren't here. So I don't really think that one stands. Sorry if I hit you, my dear. Didn't expect you to move. We keep that for now. I got you. You do it anyways. This, everyone, is called the Robot Coupe. The greatest cheese shredder of life. Once upon a time, for those of you who don't know us back then, we used to do a food pickup service on the weekends called Food for Friends. And like once a month we would do a Detroit pizza night. It was a lot of cheese that we had to shred, let's just say that. So instead of shredding it by hand and destroying the cheese grater every time, we just bought an expensive piece of equipment. I'm not really measuring this out, I'm just kind of eyeballing for what I think. The pork is getting better as it sits? What the heck? Who is this? I can't see over my big piece of equipment. It's Vicky! It's been forever! How is Vicky today? And thank you very much for the 28 months in a row! Okay, so I just have to cut this to fit into the food processor. It's time to cheese it up. I have a little bit extra in the fridge from our burgers yesterday too. Do you want to use that as well, Sambo?
Might as well.
Use it up. Remember the pizza porta? Yeah. That was really fun to use too, hey? It was a lot of cheese we had to shred. It honestly was. Because it was 10 ounces, I think, of cheese per pizza. No, 12. 12 ounces of mozza per pizza. And we would do like 12 pizzas. Let's just say the box grater is dented permanently. So we do marble for melting and Gruyere for funk. Funk and flavor. Don't forget to trim the rind off of the Gruyere. Won't rinse my knife until we cut the cream cheese. So it's gonna get sticky. Grab a container for the cheese to go into. I think this one will work. They're gonna pile up too high. There's really only one way to find out. This thing is super powerful, this food processor. So you really need a container that fits right under, otherwise the cheese goes flying everywhere.
Oh, you need a bigger one than that.
I was just gonna like put it into the other container of cheese as we shred it though. Because we got a little bit left over from our burguesas. Pelbridge Farms remembers? Oh my god. You're hilarious today, Pel. No one complained about flying cheese? I mean, not in this household, no. Sam's testing the cream cheese for us. We only need 2 ounces, please. How did you set this up? Why can I not see the front of it? He's doing crazy stuff, guys. Taking the little plunger out. Get the cheese actually in there already before you turn it on. Ready? Pressing on. Oh, we didn't plug it in. If I had a dime for every time I forgot to plug in a piece of appliance on stream, I'd be rich. I don't want a penny. We need a dime. Oh God. Whoa! I think we're okay, actually. Thank you. This is gonna be a pile of piles. Completed. Woo! We like to make cheese mountains here on stream. Now we clean it up a bit. I hate like trying to wipe cheese. It just gets kind of sticky. A bench scraper is really helpful. Okay, you know there's gonna be some cheese scrappers in there. You never seen cheese like that? The marble cheese, that's like, once again, kind of what I grew up on. It's really popular in Canada. I honestly thought marble was more popular in the States, but I don't think that's the case. Like, whenever I use it, you guys are like, what is that? And that's how you shred a lot of cheese in a short amount of time. Let me just wet my cloth. Colby Jack would be the same one, Kel. Or the closest to it, even. Can you buy a whole cheese wheel? Of what? Because we totally can. Go to the business Costco and buy a wheel of Parmesan, no problem. Now, I think it's like over $100 though. For the wheel of Parmesan.
The wheel?
I don't know.
Like
1,000?
$1,200.
It's $1,200. Oh, in the Netherlands, how they're saying they can't buy a block of cheese? Yeah, I guess, because you only have, like, the slices off of the Gouda. Okay, that's our cream cheese. So we need only 2 ounces of that. Really small amount. Sharp behind. Just gonna eyeball that one. It looks about right. Thank you. I'm just gonna put that in a small container for now, I think. Just this little cup. Cookies? Is that you? Cookies timer? I think we left them in there a little longer than they should have. I actually don't remember when the timer went off. They're not burnt, but the toffee made them go like really caramelized looking. It looks crazy. I don't know if that's part from the molasses too. They smell so good.
I think
I don't have any room to put this though. Can you please just like put the RoboCoupe away? I got it. I got it. We're running out of counter space. It's kind of stressful when that happens, I'm not gonna lie. Let's get the other tray in. And set 10-minute timer again. Cream cheese. think I'm gonna get a bus bin down to put some dishes into real quick here. Because I can barely use the sink. He just ditches. Gets it all in the sink and he's out of there. Not his problem, man. My Lanta. Hello, would you like a scoop of cream and cheese? Please help your wife out. Just a bit. I'm right behind you. How about feta? Mozza is the best-selling cheese in US, probably just for the fact that it's used on pizza. That's my assumption. Probably just for that. Oh my gosh. Now what do we got here? Yeah, not surprising because of pizza. You only buy buffalo mozzarella? I wish I could afford just that. Second most common is cheddar. Okay, do we need anything else? Can we go over to the stove? We can go over to the stove. Just a little bit of butter in a pot. Hello, pulled pork. Nice to see you. Get a medium-sized pot. Something that'll fit all of the queso items. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, that's good, that's good. Because the way that I piled it in the bowl, that's fine. You don't have to take everything away. That's good. Okay. He's like insane. We almost lost all the jalapenos. Okay, now where are you going with your precarious pile that you built?
The front door.
Oh my god! He's taking the dishes to the front door. I don't know why.
They're in the way. They're in the way.
Misha's died. Goodbye. He says they're out of the way there, okay? So just so you know, if you have too many dishes in the sink, just put them by the front door. If you have company over and they ask, that's where they're out of the way. American cheese is at number 9. I really thought it would be higher up, actually. Just for the amount of cheese used on burgers. Okay, we're going medium heat. Melt that butter and then we'll go onion, garlic, jalapeno. What do you think you're doing? I think I need 1.5 cups of milk. Let me check the recipe. Yes. 1.5 cups of milk. It's pretty dark. Very caramelized. Toffee oat cookie. Careful, it's crumbling in your hand. Okay. I just didn't want it crumbling on my equipment here. It's Judo. Hi, Judo. How's your weekend? It's good to see you. Gouda is ahead of Parmesan even. I'm liking this cheese info, Annie. Thanks, Annie. Gifting this sub to a long-time viewer of the stream. We're always happy to have you. Welcome in and welcome back, Just Judo. Annie keeps the crew together. OMG, what weekend? So you've had a crazy weekend then, you're saying? Back this up just a bit. Let's get a spoon. Cheese is Annie's thing. I'm definitely into cheese. You guys know that.
That's what it is.
It's a good cookie.
Yeah.
It's not too dark. I think that was a 15-minute bake versus 13 that we like. Let's see how it turns out. Okay, let's get the onion in. Guys, I think we can probably cook the onion and jalapenos together. Samo says, on the cookie, guys. We will stir that stuff up together, and let's add some salt and pepper. We'll season it too while it's cooking. 10 out of 10 cookie review? Holy. I'm excited to try it. Is it better than the chocolate chip one?
Yeah.
What? Better than the chocolate chip cookie, guys. I still have to try peanut butter version of the sourdough one too.
How better is the chocolate?
It's not better than the white chocolate macadamia nut one though. Thank you for your report. Ah! Hello, my wonderful peoples, and thank you for the raid today. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Welcome in. My name's Kate. Welcome to my kitchen. I've been streaming food and cooking and also Lego playing and IRL stuff on Twitch for over 6 years, actually. I am a Red Seal chef, and every weekend we just cook different recipes together. Hello, NC Para. We got FT85915, as well as Ashan JP. What did you get up to today? Right now we're working on making our jalapeno queso, so we're just frying up some onion and jalapeno together to get the sauce started. We got cookies in the oven. Our pulled pork is complete and resting in the pressure cooker. We just have to pull it into some smaller pieces for the nachos. And I think after this, we're gonna make some fresh tomato salsa. Made focaccia and more. That sounds delicious. We've been dabbling with a sourdough starter, but I haven't made any bread with it yet on stream. You're one of the fans of my cooking streaming? Thank you. Thanks for bringing your crew over here. I'm gonna give you a follow real quick. So I hope that I can check you out one time when you're live. Okay, I'm also crossing off some of our list while we're at a good point. We shredded the cheese. The cookies are done. All the pulled pork's complete, and we're working on the queso. So you just have to make some salsa, stir up some cilantro sour cream, and cook our waffle fries for the nachos. That is it, guys. Rolling right along on this Saturday. There's so much cheese. Like, are you ready for this? I've never made queso at home either before. I'm really excited. So we're just gonna cook the jalapeno and onion until a lot of the moisture has been cooked out and it's starting to turn golden brown. Crazy amount of cheese. But I will say, when you shred the cheese fine like that, it really like piles up high when you cook it, it will cook down. Don't worry. Don't you worry. I'm thinking while this is cooking, I'm just gonna pull the pork on this side. You'll see me working over up here. But this will still be our main view. It's okay. It's like there's so many different ways to spell Kate and Caitlin that whenever I get asked my name and it's not a place where you actually have to spell it properly, I just tell them to spell it however they want. I stopped caring a long time ago. A lot of times though, they actually get it really close. Yeah, right? C-A-Y-T. This pork is insane. We used pork belly and pork shoulder. Did we get a new follow? I heard that. I'm just in Porkland over here for a sec. It's really making me drool. And for those of you just coming in, we always link our recipes that we cook on the stream with a recipe command as well as our Discord channel. So if you want to make anything that I make on stream, you can do that. Now look at that, guys. I'm having a chunk. Mm-hmm. I don't know what keeps happening to my cookie timer. Did I say it went off? I don't remember that. I'll do a couple more minutes on these though. Like 2 more. Okay, sounds good. I'll be back on tomorrow starting at 11 a.m. Pacific if you're around. Otherwise, take care and I hope to see you next time. Thank you. I think it's gonna be really good. That's okay, Judo. We still appreciate it. Yeah, never feel bad if it's just even a short time. Still makes me really happy. Love you too, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Don't work too hard, okay? Let's stir these. I think we're starting to build up some flavor. Almost time to put the garlic. It's nighttime for you, whereas here it is 2:34 p.m. That's why when we say bye on stream, I often say good night, good day, good morning, wherever you are in the world.
Good time zone.
Yeah. Hi, my drops. How's the holiday going? It's going great. Mish. Are you ready for this, Samu? Mish just requested for a menu request. Bao burgers. Recipe in Discord. I am so intrigued right now. Hi, girls. How are their time zones if the earth is flat? Don't even send me there. Just go to TikTok. You'll find out the truth. Don't even get me started on that. I think it's garlic time. We just minced up some garlic earlier. Just the pepper with the onion is smelling so good. Now it smells even better. that's even possible. These might be the best nachos I've ever made. Also the weirdest. And that's okay. Okay, cookie timer was going off. They look about the same as the other ones when I took them out. Butterscotch, or sorry, toffee or butterscotch oatmeal cookies with sourdough in it. Oven complete. Okay, real quick, just gonna switch this view for a sec. I'm gonna try to unplug this camera again. Because I need to plug it in so it doesn't die. Be good. Used to have a recipe for jalapeno, onion, and olive oil dip. Did you just blend it all together? Mish, you found the recipe in a magazine, so you had to translate it. Nice, you're gonna type it out? Okay, next I think, what did they say? Add the cream cheese for the queso and the milk. Cook that until the sauce is smooth. And then in the end, we mix in the shredded cheese as well as a little bit of chipotle in adobo sauce.
Oh.
Yeah, you put that at the end. Now,
Got the garlic.
you just got the garlic?
That's how long.
It wafted over there finally.
Woo!
Isn't it awesome?
So good.
This is definitely gonna be better than the Tostitos queso, I think. I don't even know how much a jar of that costs anymore, but I'm pretty sure last time I looked in the store, I said, no way I'm paying that. I think it was about $8. You blacken the jalapeno and onion over gas and then chop it up mixed with salt and olive oil. Yum! Grilled peppers or just roasted peppers. Just concentrates the flavor so nice. I gotta look at the recipe, Mish. I was gonna say, I need the recipe for the dough. What the heck's a deciliter? That's in 100s, right? That would be like 200 milliliters. We don't use those measurements in Canada. And it has feta in it. Welcome back, Wilson. I think it's time, friends. We're just gonna turn this down a little bit when we add the dairy. So our couple ounces of cream cheese that are like definitely get into room temp now. And then we pour in our milk too. And then once that gets warm, it'll help melt the cheese. Whoa, look at the coloring from the peppers cooking in the butter. The fat's like green. Maybe you don't have to turn it down too much. $8 for the tall jar? I don't know if we get the tall jar. I think we only get the short ones. Let's see the price here. Yeah, we got a math. No! We've been mathing more and it's been helping. Oh, we do get the tall jar. I've never seen that actually here. So it's the same almost price. $7.29 for 628 mils. That's such a random size. Like 628 mils, and then the small jar is 394 milliliters. Who is picking these numbers? I just really want to know. You just close your eyes and pick a random number for the jar size. Your head's about to explode? Oh, from the pressure change and stuff? I hate when that happens. Hey, is this melting? I think so. It'll also go quicker if we chop it up a bit. This is gonna be wild. So then I guess next we'll do our salsa. The onion we packed up, we need it again. I'm just gonna let that stuff slowly melt together while I get out our salsa ingredients. Just onion and cilantro from here. So I already have the lime and tomato out. Has to range in certain size to fit into the production capabilities. Yeah, maybe of like the outdated factory. I just feel like the numbers on the size of food things is so random. Where like before it used to be pretty consistent. It's really smelling nuts in here. Sam can't handle it. Okay, I'm just washing a little bit of tomatoes while we're waiting for this. It's gonna be more of a chunky salsa because I find it hard to cut small tomatoes like this into a more fine salsa. And I don't like blending it.
Robot Coupe!
Robot Coupe, go! Let's give this a stir too. What we're looking for is we don't really want to boil the milk, right? We don't want to scald the milk and make it curdled. That's why we're stirring as this heats to control the temperature. I'm gonna switch to a whisk. To get it more smooth. The maple syrup you buy me went from 200 to 189 and the price went up.
Of course it did. That's what we Canadians call shrinkflation.
Yeah, welcome to Canada, if you will. Things are different now.
Where things shrink in size but still in cost.
I think we're almost there. Okay, ready? Now I'm turning it down low. Samuel, you want to be my cheese adder man while I stir? Even though you just sat down? He's not getting up again. We'll be okay, guys. It says add it in handfuls, which I will say it will be easier. That's fair. And then you just stir it smooth in between the additions of the cheese. It's getting crazy. It's really looking so good, you guys. I think I only need the rest of this container, and the other stuff we did is like extra. Sam says we're gonna make slices of queso after it's cooled. Then he says we're gonna deep fry it to make cheese sticks. That would be nuts. A queso-filled mozzarella stick? Please. I think it's working. We're gonna turn that heat completely off. Got enough residual heat in the pot now from the cheese that it will melt it no problem. And really, I guess we're just adding cheese until it's to the correct thickness we want it. You don't even eat queso. How would you know? Sam says he's seen it made lots though. Where? On TikTok. We're trying this. What the heck is going on right now? Not the cheese strand. Oh no, it's melted now. That's insane. You taste like all the garlic and onion too, the peppers. It's not spicy at all, which that's okay because we still have to add a little bit of the chipotle adobo sauce. And usually that's pretty spicy. I see there was a shecht. Would there be any mozzarella in the mozzarella stick? I don't know. This is a Sam thing. You gotta ask the man. So I'm just gonna scoop out like the sauces from the side rather than trying to cut up an actual whole chipotle pepper. This is gonna add a lot of smoky flavor, right? Because the chipotle peppers is a smoked jalapeno. Probably gonna set it over the edge. Makes the color a bit darker too. We've made a lot of cheese sauces in our life because at the brewery we used to make a beer cheese to go with pretzels homemade. And the one trick to keep it really nice and smooth, because sometimes you can see how it wants to almost like separate and go weird, is a chemical, but it's like a powder that looks like salt called sodium citrate. The chipotle. It's got some funk from the Gruyere too. Anyone cash in the 420,000 channel points? What was it? Okay. I think we can do a little bit more salt. We didn't add a ton of salt yet. And maybe then a squeeze of lime before we serve it, and that's probably good. I don't want to do the lime now though. So now I'm just gonna let that sit warm, and then we can just heat it up. Probably just a small amount later, or just heat it up in the same pot. I'm just gonna pop a lid on there. Now we're gonna come over, quickly make the salsa, and then we'll start heating up the oil for the waffle fries. What? Mish says, imagine feta with cannabis? Why not? You're saving for the candlelight dinner, and then you're gonna see how we can fancy up poutine? I am in. Do we still have the Sam redemption up there, or we took it off? Well, Annie's saying there's no more. Maybe I took it off? Oh, it is still there. You guys can still do it. He says yeah. See? When is he gonna do it? I don't know. I wouldn't be the one organizing it. Yeah, he says like every 4 weeks, right? Okay, so simple tomato salsa at home, also called pico de gallo. Tomato, onion, cilantro, lime, and then salt and pepper. That's it. This is gonna be more chunky, like I was saying earlier. So I'm just gonna, I think, cut it in half and then half that way and do some slices across like this. Because it's going with nachos, not like in a taco or in a burrito, I'm not gonna worry too much about the cuts. We can always just give it a little chop after we're done this part too to make it a bit smaller. Mish, now that you saw queso, do you need to try it? Since you've never heard of it before or had it. My mouth really hasn't stopped watering all stream. Like, I can't make this up. You're saving up for another meal redeem? But you don't know what you're gonna ask for? You guys can seriously ask for, like, anything. Something that you've always wanted to make, but you're, like, scared of it. A recipe that your family makes a lot that you really love and think other people should know how to make. You could also request something that we have made before. That's okay. We don't often make the same thing on stream, but there are definitely some dishes that are repeats, right? Because they're just so good. The loser has cotton mouth. You gotta get over here. Should I chop it up more? What do you guys think? Maybe a little bit. Line it all up and then just go back over it. Do I remember what your very first meal request was? I actually think I do. Was it bouillabaisse? I just went back in time to 2018. See? My memory is on it. Sometimes I worry. I remember making that because I had my aunt come over for that meal, Annie, because that was one of her favorite dishes. That's good enough for me. We were worried about killing lobster on stream. Did we? I can't remember what we did. Are there a lot of meal redeems on the back burner? I think I have 5 or 6 still. Lily, one of yours is one of them, pretty sure. I'm putting all the tomato juices in there. Now we can wipe the board. "2018 was like yesterday." That's how it feels, hey? Only thing you can think of is pot brownies, like, that you want to see me make. You've never made anything with cannabis before, looked up recipes. I actually have a recipe book called Bong Appetit that has all sort of recipes to cook or bake with cannabis, and it teaches you how to do it properly. It was very educational. Because we've made quite a bit of like edibles for our friends before. Is this a pico? It is. So I'm just using this small amount of onion for it. I think I'll just do slices all the way through for this. Be easier. Just keep them kind of lined up. Stay. I don't often cut onion like that, but when it's a little chunk, it's easier. See why you always like try to hold the onion together? Just get such a cleaner cut when it's not all flying all over like this. Into the bowl. Wilson, which is a good book? Just tape the onion to the cutting board. Oh my goodness. I've always wanted to be like a parody cooking streamer like that. After all the years that we've done like serious awesome cooking. Oh, the book. Yeah, Bong Appetit. It is a good book. I learned a lot from it. I remember that stream too when we did, I think we did infused chocolate chunk cookies with the cannabis on stream. Back then, not the thing to do. I lost like so many followers and people were being like really bad in chat. That after that one time, we were like, we're never doing this again. Let's pick our cilantro. Get that chopped. This is such a long stream. Holy guys. Who would have thunk that nachos would take this long? Probably gonna be the best nachos of my life though. Yeah, who's bad in chat? They would never. I think that was before your time, Mish. I can report that we have lost the bear. The bear is unconscious now. One whole bear? Yes. One large German bear. I think the thing that always gets me with like people on social media, like having to voice their opinion of what they don't like why? Just like don't watch it then if you don't like it. It stops spreading like so much negativity. We all live such different lives that it doesn't really have premise to even hold on, right? No one said you had to support it if you didn't like it. Just move on. And that's okay. Like a YouTuber that I watch a lot now, she does like some self-help stuff. She says, Whenever you encounter something like that in your life, you just have to simply say, you know what, that's not for me. That's it. It's just not for me. You don't have to hurt anyone's feelings or anything like that. And if you do hurt their feelings, well, that's like a them problem. Go a little bit more fine on this. This is looking and smelling really good already. I'll leave that one up to you, Torino, to decide. Because it might depend on the situation you're in. Okay, I'm gonna use this lime. I want to show you like these two different limes. This is like, to me, the most perfect lime. This is like dried up in my mind. When the skin is so smooth like that though, blimey. Yeah, it saves a lot of heartache. Just things that you will learn as you grow up, right? Roll it to loosen up the juices. We'll start with a half lime juiced, because this isn't very much salsa today. Also, the lime is quite large. And then we'll probably use the other half of the lime in the queso before we serve it. Yes, yeah, we've like totally changed how we drive now since like doing this sort of shift work with Samo. Like everyone's always in a hurry driving around, and you just let him go now. Not my pace of life anymore. Am I born and raised in Canada? I am. I've lived in some different places around Canada and worked, but I was born in the city that I'm currently streaming from. Where's my salt and pepper? Hello? I see the pepper, I see the salt. It's trying to run away. I don't think we need our bench scraper anymore. That's funny that we're all kind of feeling the same way and act the same. That means we live good lives, I will say that. Good outlook. That's a good idea, Torino. Yeah, you choose like how much energy you let people suck out of you, right? Sometimes it's not worth the fight. And like lately, if I've been getting weird comments on like my Instagram posts, I've just been replying to the people that say something rude or weird, and it's like, thank you for showing my followers your true character. With a smile, and that's all I say, and I never get any response. Let's give this a stir and a taste. Do you guys ever drink the juices from the pico de gallo if you make it at home? Like when you're done eating all the salsa? Sometimes that's so good and refreshing. Get a smaller spoon to taste. I think will be good because I've made this a lot in my life. I usually nail it on the first or second try. Farmers market tomatoes, real tomatoes. When they have that like proper acidic and sweetness, just like, so much flavor. Yeah, if you agree with the troll and then they don't know what to say, I like that one too, Torino. Okay, I'm also gonna put these chipotles back away. Maybe same with this stuff back here. Our cheese and cilantro. Okay, that was super good, guys. I'm not gonna add any more salt. We can just put that to the side. There is soapweed in it. Because that is proper. We'll just put these two things away so they stay fresh. I've never actually packed cilantro in just a container. I'm gonna try that actually. Rather than a bag. Hide the alcohol from Mish. Add to the comment, have you ever just spooned it, pretty much ate almost all of it? Yeah, just when you start to taste the salsa and it's so good. It's true, right? It's kind of got that addicting flavor. Fold this all in here, however it's gonna fit. Stay. I like this. I like this situation. It's alcohol. Why did I imagine that's how you pronounce it? Wait, we needed more cilantro. Honestly, I'm not gonna worry about the cilantro sour cream. Let's just have regular. Let's just do regular sour cream. We got an extra lime. Put that away. I think it's time to prep the oil for the fries, which it's not a lot of oil that I have. We're gonna do a shallow little blanch on the stove top. Sprut. You have a bunch of fresh herbs like that, you put them in a rocks glass with water and cover it with a plastic bag. I have seen that, Gers. I often don't have a lot of room in my fridge to like have something standing up like that. Like I'm always kind of scared of tipping over the water. But that is for sure the best way. Or the other way is to use a damp towel and pack it how I did, or in a plastic bag too. Okay, let's go over. Look at how like messy we made this. I'm gonna try and get this stuck cheese off first. Can the salsa fit in here? It can. Success. What do I want to deep fry in? Brazier pot? I don't like how the edges aren't high enough for the brazier pot. Get a medium-sized pot. Obviously, it has to be big enough to hold the oil and then also hold the ingredients that you're gonna fry in the oil, as well as allowing for some extra space when it bubbles up. I'm gonna watch as I pour this. Yeah, because I thought there was actually still some impurities. This morning I kind of congregated all of the different like cooking fats I had in the fridge, kicking around, and then rendered it out. So now I'm just gonna watch as I pour it and not pour too much from what's sitting in the bottom. You just want the really nice clear fat. And then we'll top it with a little bit of olive oil. I'm gonna stop there. Not that I can't use that for cooking, I'm just not gonna use it for deep frying. So it will really pop and splatter, and that is like scary. That's so nice and clear though. I'm really proud of myself for that. Your bro is selling his deep fryer, you don't use it anymore? I've never found it, I mean, other than being able to set the temp of it, I've never found the little stovetop deep fryers to be better than just using a pot. Because I always find that those deep fryer appliances really lose their heat when you start to cook in it. I'm gonna also take out a pack of fries too. Take some of the chill off of them. It's an electric one and it uses so much oil. That too, right? Because you have to fill it up to a certain point. Get the spider or a scoop for scooping the stuff out of the oil. Yeah, the deep fryers. I can only imagine how many calls the firefighters get because of those. I mean, let's put it this way. The the episode of Trailer Park Boys that we watched yesterday, he burnt down like his bedroom in his house because he was deep frying in the bedroom. But he tried to blame it on a squirrel chewing the wires. Yeah, I got Sam into watching it because I've only watched a few episodes and he like is so obsessed with it now. Should I put a little bit more? Because I'm gonna reuse this fat that we fry and I'm still gonna be able to reuse it to cook with. Like toss roasted veggies, searing any meat, anything like that. So don't worry that you're just gonna throw it out. I honestly can't believe, like for Trailer Park Boys, that there's 12 seasons. And still after all this time, like the storyline never got old or like hard to watch. And all of the same cast too. So yeah, we haven't watched any of the movies. We're gonna watch them all afterwards. I know, I always thought frying in olive oil was weird too, until I encountered this one chicken parmesan recipe where they straight fried the chicken cutlet in olive oil, and I thought that was so dang weird. It wasn't bad though. And so I didn't go straight olive oil today, right? I cut it in half because I think I just like that flavor better. Thanks for the follow, Karina TikTok, as well as Boo W. All sorts of letters and numbers there. We need a thermometer, a deep fry thermometer to go into the pot. And that's gonna help us read the temperature of the oil, which we're looking for around 350 to 375 Fahrenheit. And we don't want that to touch the bottom of the pot, but definitely be like near the center where it'll get the most accurate temperature reading of the oil. That looks good. Sounds expensive, the olive oil? Oh, for sure. For sure, it's expensive. That's why I don't deep fry too much at home. That's another one we still have to watch, Annie, is Corner Gas. I was wondering that too. Honestly, with those follows, I was like, are we gonna start this insane train again? But we're okay now. Have you ever tried to make nachos with pork rinds? I haven't. They get soggy though. Why? Did you try? No. At least someone tried for us. Okay, so these, we're blanching them. So that means that you're just taking the initial like moisture out of the fry and getting a small bit of crisping and browning on the outside. For these, it'll be a bit different because they're already seasoned the way that these fries are made. And then we're gonna finish baking them in the oven. But I'm pretty sure you could just straight bake these. They give you all the instructions. Yeah, they say bake at 425 Fahrenheit, spread it in one even layer. So I'm just gonna get a sheet pan out. I'm gonna line it with some foil and parchment because we are gonna put the blanched fries onto here and then bake them and then just build the nachos right on top. Maybe while the fries are baking, we'll still make our cilantro crema if we have time. I also need to look at how quality these are. They're gonna be good. Look at those. They're gonna be great. I hate when it's just like little small pieces. Let's get this lined while we're waiting. I've learned the hard way too many times when making nachos and having the cheese like absolutely stick onto the sheet pan. It's so hard to clean. Let's use a bit of foil. How loud was that? Annie, you gotta think about dinner. This is like lunch and dinner together. You have Parmesan in the fridge? Mmm. Make a risotto? I actually have a lot of risotto rice, so we might make that coming up. So building the nachos themselves is gonna be pretty simple, right? We're gonna have the fries, cheese, and I think just the pulled pork go into the oven together. And then our condiments is the cilantro crema, the queso, and the salsa. Yeah. Thanks for the follow. Sad baking diaries? Hopefully not too sad. Okay, we're up to 250. We might not be able to go as high with this other fat either. I'm just gonna turn the little bit of fan on above because it's smoking a touch. Take that out of there. Just creating a bit of space. I'll bring over that sheet pan so I can scoop the fries right onto it. Do you see that? I think I'm gonna try to put a fry in and see what happens. It's gonna bubble up quite a bit, I'm gonna imagine. I think we're good to start blanching in there, guys. Usually wait for it to sizzle like that. And then see if it's gonna like float around a bit on its own. Which looks like it is. So let's drop some more in. I'm kind of just gonna go like one layer because you want it submerged in the fat. Are these ones like stuck together? No, that's just a really big one. And then the other thing is we don't want to overload our frying oil to the point where it's gonna cool off too much and it's not gonna fry at all. We got a floater. So this process won't take too long, but this is gonna add like way more flavor and get some nice crisping before it goes in the oven. The blanching process is usually pretty quick. Like, I'm pretty sure this is our first fry that we put in. It's almost done cooking itself. Yum. Try not to mess them up either when you're scooping them. Oh gosh. The kids upstairs are just got home, I think, and they've been so insane today. I didn't know, like, stomping around the house is a child's game. That was not really ever a thing when I was little. Okay, it's still staying at the same temp, which is good. It means we didn't overload it yet. See how I go really close when I drop the potatoes in and then pull my hand away quick? That's how you get the least amount of splashing. Look at this one. I'm gonna try and separate it. That's so thick. That one will take a little bit of time. Spread them out. Then I'll do the same with the ones that we scooped over here. If you guys want to see any of that, it's just right there. This might be a single layer nacho is what I'm thinking. I often will do a double layer with tortilla chips, but with these fries, I don't want it to go soggy, right? So probably one layer will be the best. Yeah, I've just been frying at 250. A little bit lower, and it's working really good. This one in the back is massive though. It's like a whole half of a potato. Just gonna do a little nacho building station over here. With the pulled porco. You can hear the stomps with your headphones in, see? Sounds like a nacho problem. In the meantime, let's get our oven turned to 400. Yeah, I'll do 425. Okay, some of these smaller ones are probably done. Scoop those out because they'll cook quicker. We're gonna need those to be sealed together with cheese later for ease of eating. Imagine having to make this fry shape by hand. No, thank you. I think you actually do it with a special sort of mandolin type thing. These little... the floaters! Oh, there's a couple more. Stay. This is like seriously like a loaded potato skin sort of situation here. That's like a whole potato. I guess we'll just leave it in there. I'm gonna let it heat up a little bit more before we do another batch. Yes, yeah, do 420. Okay. I like it, Wilson. I like where your head's at. That was a baby floater. I see this little piece that fell. Mmm. I'm just gonna go grab a little napkin to put under my scoop, my spider, so it doesn't wick too much oil onto the sheet pan as it sits. Perfect. Okay, almost back up to 250. Now we're getting into the really small fries. What do you think, guys? Should I just open up the other bag to look for some larger ones? I think I'm gonna do that. Then we'll use the scrunchions for something else another time. Because you want it to be able to be eaten like a nacho. I've always wondered what it would be like to be a lifeguard. Yeah, that bag looks good. Okay. Take out the good pieces from this other one. Back in there for now. Let's take out this big thing. I think it's looking good. It's got crisped. Leave that there to soak off a bit. Okay. One more big handful incoming. Nice. Guys, I knew there wasn't a reason, or I knew there was a reason why I didn't shred all the, or use all the shredded cheese. Because we still need cheese for the nachos building. That could have been a tragedy. I don't think that's actually going to be enough, though. So I think I actually have to hand shred a little bit of marble to bump it up. Wilson, you can tell me what it's like being a Coast Guard. You can share a story if you want to. Well, that's intriguing as well. Hi, Mom. We're doing good. How are you doing? Okay, we got that. Check on this. Give it a little stir-y. We made a lot of cheese disappear this weekend, I will say that. Those are gonna be perfect scoopers. Get in the spider. Let's do one more round. And then the sheet pan is full. Picking the best ones. Oh, that one's gonna be so good. Had had to do that one too, and now we're good. One even layer. So because these are already blanched, they're not going to take nearly as long when we put them in the oven now to bake and crisp up, right? Kind of helping ourselves out doing that. So that's why it's important if you're making nachos and you're going to do something like this for the base, is you really want to make sure everything else that you're going to top the nachos with is already prepped and good to go. Wilson, your story, it was fun until it wasn't. Dang. I will pack those together later. Couple more moments on these. I will say deep frying with this mixture of fats doesn't smell nearly the same as if you were to use just canola oil. You know how sometimes I say the house smells like a deep fryer after? Yeah, we did that on purpose, Jay Burner. See if anyone would notice. You can thank Wilson for that one. You were a medic. Oh, I've met some medics like working up at the camps, and yeah, they have some insane stories. I can understand why you say it was fun until it wasn't. Okay, I think we're good here. It's feeling crisped. Those look so perfect. Now we can turn the oil off. We're done with that. We don't want to let it get too hot, because then you can scorch it and it'll taste bad. I want to reuse this still for cooking again. Get over there. The deep fry screams, my favorite. Okay, come over. I got some stuff happening on the cutting board here. Thanks, it does look scrumptious. I'm very excited to get these working. That's how it turned out. Just kind of fill in the gaps with the other potatoes that we just finished cooking. And we'll shred our cheese so that we can build the nachos on top of this when it's nice and crispy, because you don't want soggy fries to start with. You don't have soggy tortilla chips in nachos either. So one nice even layer. And they're already seasoned, so we don't have to worry about that. You don't like frying? That's like me too. So that's why I just fried in a really small amount of oil. Go, go, go. That should be good. And then as far as like timings on those fries, maybe we'll honestly just check them in 5 minutes. It might go really quick like that. Yeah, lots of people love using an air fryer. But I heard someone recently say that they use a lot of power, the air fryers, which people don't realize. I thought that was kind of weird that it would use more power than like this big oven, but maybe? That didn't make sense to me because when we were having like the rolling power outages, they were suggesting people use microwaves and like small appliances like that. Air is an inefficient conductor. I guess very true, right? If we just start with the basics there. Thanks, Annie. You wish there was an easy way to clean cheese graters? Yeah. I usually just rinse it or try to rinse it right away in water and then it doesn't get too stuck on. Mish. Some people do that naturally. What, dump a lot of heat out the back? Oof. Air fryers have the same power as the Infinity Gauntlet. It's crazy. Does sound crazy, yep. Yeah, Mish just tooting her own horn. Okay, we haven't looked at these yet today. We just looked at them on the camera together. But these are these crazy toffee bit oat cookies that I made with sourdough in them. Oh, yeah. Look at how those turned out. Like super crunchy. Around the edge, and then the inside is so like cakey and soft still. If you love butter and like toffee and oats, this would be so good with a glass of milk. You know what this tastes like? A graham cracker. That tastes like a homemade graham cracker. Or like a Teddy Graham. Yeah, it tastes like a honey graham cracker. Wow. Want, for sure. Trev, you just got a new deep fryer? Have you broken it in yet? It tastes like a grandma's house. Depends. That one depends on some other things. Depends on what part of grandma's house, really. My eyes just twitching. Yeah, the mothballs. It's the grandma smoker. Mine weren't, actually. At least I don't remember. Maybe when I was younger, but not now. You broke it in already, Trev? Yeah, fried chicken, fries, falafels. I did just buy a lot of dried chickpeas. And I love falafels. Nothing cooks like a deep fryer. Honestly, the amount of times that I've seen a deep fryer be like a saving grace for another cook or chef. You can do so much in it in a quick amount of time and like no one would know. Let's just say it this way. Once upon a time, I worked in a catering kitchen and we were doing short ribs on the menu that day for like hundreds of people. We seared all of the pieces of short rib in the deep fryer instead of someone like standing over a pan or a flat top and searing them that way. You just load up the basket. Oh man. I was like, we're seriously doing this? And the chef's like, yep, that's how we do it here. I was like, I've never seen this before. Never seen that one. But yeah, they turned out good. One was a teetotaler? What's that? A teetotaler? Teetotaler? I've never seen that word in my life. A person who never drinks. Okay. I would say that was my mom's mom. Very much a Catholic human. That was the 5 minutes on the fries. Okay, they're sizzling, but not completely crisped yet. So we'll let them go a bit longer. Let's do another 5. No smoking grandmas there. I didn't think so. I didn't think so. This is gonna be, like, actually insane. Just, like, mixing up the pork. Yeah, don't smoke your grandmas. You'll be amazed at how fast deep fryers cook until you're in a situation where it's not cooking fast enough. Like, when we were up at camp, we only had one small deep fryer for the 200 people. When we're doing pub night, that's, like, impossible. Because when you have French fries, spring rolls, jalapeno poppers, some people like to deep fry the chicken wings. Like, it was just an endless amount of deep fried goods. Oh, and onion rings. There's no way it could keep up. We're like, you got this little fryer? I always called it the little fryer that could. At Wendy's, you used to deep fry the bacon during a rush if you ran out. I will say I might have done that once or twice for a breakfast plate. How are they gonna know? Like, they're eating deep fried hash browns. They could afford to give us 3 more fryers? I would think so. But alas. That, yeah, my least favorite smell as well, to, like, come home after work and you just come home, you smell like a deep fryer. No, the people that cook all day in a kitchen, go home and just go, like, straight to bed, don't shower, no thank you. Because, like, it's, the oil is, like, everywhere on you. Unless you have a hot shower, that's, like, absorbing into your skin when you sleep. Still think about the crates of king crab they got. We're up at work. I think it was actually snow crab. I might have been wrong, though. Try to work at a zoo. Or, yeah, a farm. I've worked at a farm. I've done my fair share and grew up around them. I actually like that. But yeah, just the mass amount of food that comes in at any time. It's like, it's in there for a couple days and then it's gone. I would say that most, like, restaurants, their walk-in coolers hold enough food for about 3 to 4 days worth. So your walk-ins are not built to hold an entire week's worth of food for the restaurant. That would be impossible, right? That's why usually about every 3 to 4 days, there's a grocery order that comes in. You deep fry next to an open window, that's the best. And yeah, easily go outside. I will say that some of my favorite deep frying is when we do it out on the egg, on the wok. To me, that's less scary, which doesn't make sense because the deep fryer we use outside is over an open fire. Like, that could go wrong so bad. There's something about having the hot oil just in the house is scary. And I've also had some, like, one bad experience with hot oil in a deep fryer. I'm probably scarred for life. Mentally, not physically. Somehow, I'm not physically scarred. Let me do a little fry test. I'm just gonna move the oven rack up closer to the top so that we get some crisping on top. They're feeling like they're almost there though. Just a couple in the center that need a little bit more frying time. Yes! Deep fry at the ocean oil rigs. That would be so fun. Who remembers deep fried ice cream at Chi-Chi's? What is Chi-Chi's? I've never like worked where you always had to be in the freezer, but I remember picking up some extra dairy shifts working at the grocery store and just working in the dairy coolers. Oh, you got really cold in a quick amount of time. There's like no way I would work in there without a jacket. Okay, I'm gonna get this sour cream out and the salsa. And then I think we'll just get the queso onto the burner. A low heat. Maybe even just the residual heat that's coming out of the oven exhaust there will be good. It was a Mexican food franchise from Winnipeg. I know at some fairs and stuff they do deep fried ice cream. What was the flavor of the ice cream they were deep frying? Are we gonna be live for 420 today? We might, from how long this is taking. I had to wake the bear up because we're getting close to eating again. The initial wake up. My mom remembers it, Torino. Mom remembers Chi-Chi's in Edmonton in the 80s. Deep fried ice cream. Crazy. Yeah, right? They have the kitchens on those ocean oil rigs. I'm sure they deep fry all the time there. West Edmonton Mall. It's the greatest... What do they call it? The greatest show on earth or something? Hi, Miss Canada. A low-cost Mexican. I'm in. Yes. Good point, Trev. Yeah, how they make a lot of non-stick coatings inside of the air fryers, whereas just a regular deep fryer is all stainless steel. We could go almost on and on about that, hey? Okay, I gotta steal a trivet. We can put our fries. It was vanilla, but you could choose other flavors. You used to get margaritas at Chi-Chi's in college? Everyone's so excited about Chi-Chi's. It makes me excited. The fries are screaming. Guys, they're not going super crispy. I might just broil them. Although, one thing I will say about waffle fries, anything that's kind of coated like this, it's not crispy when you first take it out of the heat, but as it cools off, it starts to get crispy again. Why is that the case? Just testing them to see. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Chi-Chi sounds crazy, but it was the 80s. I would love to know what it was like living back then. Hello. Hello there. Okay, we're gonna do, I think, a little bit of cheese on the base layer, and I think we'll pile this up just a bit more. Who's this? Miss Canada, thanks for the follow. Welcome. We got a couple crazy Canucks in here, yep. Even up the surface area. That was our timer anyways. Beautiful. Mish. Waffle fries, Trev. I've never used them for nachos before, but this is our excuse. So you need always a little bit of cheese on the base to adhere whatever toppings you're using. Our toppings are really simple today. Just pulled pork with the cheese to start. I guess I could have done some green onion. Maybe we'll slice up a little bit of green onion for finishing. And then this is our pressure cooker pulled pork that we ended up with. It's insane. Sam's like obsessed with it. Just gonna like bring a big scoop over and then try and spread it out. You make the sauce in with the pork in the pressure cooker. It was the easiest pulled pork I've ever made. I like to keep mine pretty nice and chunky. We're only doing a little cheese to start, Shek. Don't worry. The other thing we can say when we make nachos at home is don't choose anything too like watery. That's gonna make your base of your nachos, whether it's fries or tortilla chips, don't want to make it soggy. We need a bit more on this end. That's a big, big chunk. I think that's a great start. That looks so good. I had to lick my fingers. Mmm. Kind of spicy too. You guys. I think I made something edible, Mish. Could be wrong though. That's it. That's the ticket, I think. Or do we need more still? The pan is really hot. Nachos don't take too long to finish. So don't plan on doing anything too much while those are baking. I'm not broiling them, I'm just baking them at 420. I'm gonna slice a bit of green onion since I have it. I think it's still viable. Yeah, we can save some of it. Annie, you seriously never seen the movie Night at the Roxbury? Okay, we're gonna fix some of those. I thought I was a bad movie watcher. You got some homework there, teacher. I haven't seen that movie in so long. He's too old? I mean, that movie I'm pretty sure came out in his time. I don't know what year. I didn't make guac today, Trev, but we made a jalapeno queso and fresh pico to go with some sour cream. Avos weren't on sale this week. I wasn't spending $7 for 4. The onion is gonna add a little bit of freshness. Cut through all that heaviness. I don't know if we're gonna use all of it, but I wanted to slice it all up regardless. Before they go bad. It's Bob. You have nachos 1 time a week. Easy and the kids love it. It was always my favorite. We didn't have too much nachos. This was like something if we went out for like a family function, to a potluck, and then got home at like kind of a weird time after dinner, but you weren't super hungry, but you know you needed to eat something before bed. We always made nachos. I should have a potluck today. Who's coming over? It is 4:20. It's true. Roommate's up at work. I don't know what everyone else is up to. Should have told Rando to come over, actually. He would have foxed hard with all this. It's true, Mom. The food bank. The food memory bank will stay with you for your whole life. Oh my god, the queso. I'm just over here. You guys can come too, I suppose. Look at our mess that we made today. So we gotta stir the queso back up because it's been sitting a little bit. Just stir it back until it's smooth. That's where I was saying, like, when you make a cheese sauce this way, using the chemical sodium citrate, it helps bind the fat and the milk together so you don't have that weird type of separation. I'm gonna turn that onto a really low heat, and that's it. Let's have a peek. Cheese is melting. I think it's done. Good old-fashioned emulsifier, sodium citrate, yep. I use that a lot of times when we made beer cheese. The smells of this, with the bit of Gruyere, is pretty crazy. It's definitely got that funk. Zoom it in. Sprinkle of the green onion. Beer cheese sounds like something you would hate. It's more cheese and less beer. More something to just eat with a pretzel to go with your beer. It's really delicious on a burger. I always got really excited when people added beer cheese onto their burger. That's food porn, Trev, and it's such a simple thing. Okay, we'll wake the bear a second time. Did he die? No, he didn't die. I had to check if he was breathing, actually. You gotta come back. You gotta open your eye. I don't know if he's gonna make it. I'm letting those nachos rest anyways. They're usually way too hot to eat right out of the oven. Okay. We got our pico. You guys just eat the nachos right off of the tray? I think I might make a small plate instead. Mix up our sour cream. Sodium citrate is a blood clotting inhibitor? Well, that can't be good. That can't be good. I honestly don't know if we'll have a Samo today. He can't open his eyes. I've actually never played Wordle through all of the trending of it. Do you guys play Wordle? Let's scoop some of this goodness up. It's a plate on words. Annie. Hello. When does he ship out again? Thursday coming up. That's insanely good. What the heck? I think I need a spatula. I'm physically shaking the bear and there's no movement. He's conked for life. Hello. Oh. Oh. The fat. The fat from the cheese and the pork and stuff. Hi, if you've ever wanted to clog your arteries, make this. But just wait, there's more. We haven't even used the queso yet. You gotta wake up. Bud. You gotta wake it up. Is the queso warmed? Almost. Do you guys just pile everything on your nachos when you eat them? Or do you like pile it on as you eat it? I think for this, I'm just gonna pile everything on top. Drizzle the queso. This is the queso, my friends. 2 jalapenos in there. I think it would have stayed more smooth if we added a little bit of flour in with the butter and stuff. Made more of a like bechamel and then mornay sauce. Because this is a little bit separating right now, the milk and the cheese. But the flavor is still money, I will say that. Pile it on. Let's pile it on then. And usually I just keep the condiments in front of us. You're not doing salsa? Okay. I'm gonna do salsa after the queso, guys. This is illegal. This is our 420 foods. You guys wanted. Oh my god. I didn't put the lime juice in there. But I don't think it needs it. Who wishes they were here right now? I gotta take a photo. It's like cucking. It's like cucking, but with food. Sorry about that, everyone. You make lots of small piles so you can adjust the ratio as you eat? Yes. Pro tip. I think I need a little bit more light in my life for the photo. You got a coca?
Yeah.
Get out of the way. Queso. Yeah, is it rude to put your face in the serving tray? This is gonna be crazy. Where do we even go? I can't use my hands. We're just gonna go for it and see what we end up with in this first bite. Mmm. The jalapeno flavor came out so much more. Same with the chipotle. It's like smoky. Get the like yummy flavor from the peppers, but it's not too spicy at all. The tomato adds nice freshness that is definitely needed here. Honestly, if we put guac on top of this, that would almost be too much, like as far as fat goes. It's just sour cream, yeah. Holy though this turned out. I thought you would be able to eat it more like nachos, where you can eat it with your hands, because I really like to eat with my hands. But it's not weird, actually, to eat it with a fork. Thanks for the 200 bits, Happy. It's good, Samu. Half the sour cream, double the pico. Do it up. I'm a sour cream fiend. It's part of my Ukrainian heritage. If we fully deep fried the fries, they probably would have been more crispy. But I'm not upset at the texture of them. They're still holding their structure and not absorbing everything to the point where they're going soggy. Like crispy and potato-y. Good flavor. Mmm. Very refreshing salsa bite. That's what I was thinking. It's like a poutine nacho almost. I just can't call it poutine as a Canadian because it needs cheese curds if that's the case. That's the huge ass piece of fry that we had. I want this bite though with like all of the queso. My first time making queso at home too. Very similar to it, hey Kimmers? Reminded me almost of like the loaded fries, the Taco Bell fries. I have no words. That's gonna be so good later. The olive oil? No, that's more from the salsa. You can see there's not really too much fat sitting on top. It's just tomato-y juices. But the oil sitting on the nacho pan, though. That's another story. Here's the recipes, guys, if you want to make any of the things that we made today. Same with the cookies. Very good. We're running on oil for sure right now. It's Alberta, it makes sense. Okay, who are we gonna go raid today? Is Bubs on? What do we got, chat? This was a longer one too. It's been a while since we did an over 4-hour stream. Bubs isn't even on today. Who do we got in food and drink? And we like reading Chaotic Good Mage. Bubs is taking a break. He deserves it. I know he's been streaming hard. Chaotic Good Mage it is then. He says this cake is not a lie. Coffee and cake with him. 4 hours, 20 minutes. Completed. Also, excuse me, Belcher approval for the chef. Thank you. Alright, let's get this set up. Chaotic, good mage. We're gonna go do more cooking. Annie's making pasta for dinner. What else? What else? Oh, hi, I can't spell. I was like, what's wrong with the name? Samo asleep again? No, he's almost done his bowl. Crushed it. Alright, so we'll be back tomorrow streaming some more deliciousness starting at 11 a.m. Pacific as always. And we're making brunch foods. One of my favorites as well that can be pretty pricey if you go out to eat it, a croque madame. We're gonna do it in a croissant though tomorrow. And if you've never had that before, definitely come and check it out. It's gonna be the end to a very rich and decadent weekend. And also the last stream with Samo before he goes up to work too, I think. Friends, thank you for everything today. Just being here, that's what matters most to me. If you subscribe to the channel, donated bits, anything else like that, thank you very much. That helps us towards our future goals. Other than that, I hope you have a wonderful day, night, wherever you are in the world. Get into our Discord if you're not there already. That's where all of our recipes are. Thanks for being here, my peoples. Greek says knife sharpening stream. That might be a bonus Monday coming up. We'll see. I'm gonna hit this button. Let's go see Chaotic Good Mage. Love y'all. Bye!